on your Nimbus for our students of the state of Goa, since you're here. And of course, we wish Nimbus all the best. We have only one faculty from engineering college who is here. I'm happy he's here so that he can also take it forward in their own colleges to understand how we need to go things. Thank you everyone, and good day.
Thank you so much, Dr. Marchon, for sharing your valuable insights. Next, we have Dr. Perumalu Malileni, Chairman of Malileni, a distinguished thought leader in the field of computer engineering education in India. With a robust academic background and extensive industry experience, he has dedicated his career to bridging the gap between theoretical knowledge and practical application. As an advocate for educational reform, Dr. Malileni has been instrumental in shaping policies that align academic curricula with industry requirements, ensuring that graduates are well equipped to meet the demands of the evolving technological landscapes. Now I would request Mr. Charan Tadepalli to welcome Mr. Dr. Perumalu Malileni with the bouquet.
It's a really check, yeah. It's really honor to have be in this session with all the experts from various colleges, universities, and from the industry. And thank you very much, Bytexl team, for inviting me. I can still recollect 2019, I think just a few months before the COVID, we had MOU with the Bytexl. Mr. Charan was there. And I don't know why we both had this understanding and why we took up that MOU. I can still remember the day I had MOU with Bytexl, I could see vast change in my college. I could see a real progress in my college in training and placements. And I should be very thankful to Bytexl and Bytexl team for this wonderful opportunity where you have entered in a rural area, and that too a women's engineering college. And I think you have grown well, and also organizations like us, we have also performed well, and we could see that growth. I think when we had MOU, our intake was only 240, but now my intake has come around 1400, and that was the great step where we have taken. And thank you, Mr. Charan and Karan, for this opportunity. I don't know why Charan has given me this speaking on technology. I'm a dental surgeon. I don't think I can impress you with much on technology, but let me start before this AI and all. Today, Times of India has given least educated or least unemployed. I don't know how many of you have gone through that. Very nice article, practical, genuine article, few points they have given. See, even the zero unemployment is in rural area where it is among the most illiterate women. There we can find zero unemployment. Some states, advanced states, where they are advanced in technology and all, they have least unemployment. They have least employment where most of them are engineering graduates. in states in advanced, in poorer states like Bihar and UP, there is employability where we could see more employability than comparatively to nation. That is what Times of India has given today. 28% of the youth in Goa and Kerala, advanced states like Goa and Kerala, are unemployed. 28%. Might be engineering graduates would be most of them. So this is where, let me bring to a point, I think there is a large gap between industry and curriculum, what we are following, or school or colleges. So this gap has to be built up. I think as per aspiring minds, hardly 3.84% are employed in India. So it shows large gap between industry and colleges, college curriculum and all. In countries like China and US, 25%, 50% are getting employed immediately after their UG or immediately after their course completion, where they are strongly focusing on industry, where they are strongly focusing on advanced technologies from the school level. I think few countries like even Germany, with their dual specialization, with their dual programs, they are getting more advanced. They are starting from school level itself. Here we are facing that problem. Maybe due to our curriculum, maybe due to our syllabus, which can't be changed very easily. So this is where we need to concentrate. This is where organizations like Bytexl should enter into colleges. And this corporate, we have faced that, we have faced a few problems. See, now more than 90% of the students are opting CSC or CSC related branches in any engineering college in India. What about the faculty? I think faculty has to be trained. Faculty, rather than the students, faculty has to be given importance. Faculty has to be trained in these technologies. It is getting difficult for the faculty. Maybe they have their own problems like lack of time to cover their syllabus, or very not that showing interest in taking up this or learning new technologies. I think if faculty are trained, only then engineering colleges in India will progress, and only then students we can train, that will be better, not that hard, but faculty has to be concentrated. And I think organizations like Bytexl and all, we had 2 years back, we had a discussion with Charan, where when we are finding really, we are facing really difficult where to get faculty, new faculty who are learning these advanced technologies. So I asked Mr. Charan, why don't you give us some faculty from Bytexl organization? I think last 2 years, we used to have 15-20 faculty from Bytexl in our institution, and that made a lot difference in our institution. And I think that model has given us a real change. So even the faculty could learn from the Bytexl team. Even the students are knowing that they have given that feedback. Once I have taken feedback from my students, so I normally do that regularly. I take up these feedbacks and all. So I call few students and I ask them. I don't ask them which faculty don't do well or nothing negative. So I ask them, you rate your faculty whom you like or whom you are very well versed with, or how you rate your faculty. So I started taking names. Then first 5-6 names they have given faculty from Bytexl team. Till then I don't know that they are faculty from Bytexl. So I had meeting with my faculty, regular faculty, HODs and all. So this is where the change we could take place. We could see in that institution. See, most of the colleges I run an engineering college, women engineering, I have 2 women engineering college in rural area, where we get students with 0 technical knowledge. I normally speak with the students during their admissions, whether they know any computer language, whether they are exposed to this. Our +1, +2 model is so horrible that they only focus on maths, physics, chemistry, or biology. No technology, no other languages. So hardly students are getting exposed to this technology from school and from +1 and +2. And they come with 0 knowledge of technology or zero knowledge of system. They are used to that system. And with that knowledge, engineering colleges have to start training the students. It's not that easy. So even then, being women's college, we could do that. But in co-ed colleges, many colleges are facing a problem in this technology-wise and all these things. So I think thanks to all the corporates who are trying to connect with the colleges, because only your entry, only your association with colleges can make up that change, not the government, not regular academics and all. We could see that change. And thank you once again for giving me this opportunity. And thanks to Bytexl team for having me here. And I hope out of this disturbance and all, I think wonderful program. This is your first program you are telling. And thank you, Mr. Charan and team. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your inspiring words. Next, we have Mr. Sampath P. from Kalari Capital. Mr. Sampath is a seasoned venture capitalist with a key member of Kalari Capital, a leading investment firm in India. With a robust background in finance and a keen eye for identifying transformative opportunities, Sampath has been instrumental in fostering the growth of numerous innovative startups. His strategic insights and deep understanding of market dynamics make him a pivotal figure to the venture capital ecosystem, contributing significantly to the success stories of many emerging companies. As someone who has started with tech, Mr. Sampath has also been someone who's invested much of his cerebral resources on the simple concept of learning. It's our privilege to have Mr. Sampath as a friend of Bytexl. I would request Mr. Nishant Reddy to welcome Mr. Sampath with a bouquet.
Thank you, Nishant. Good afternoon, all of you. So it's a great privilege to be here. Like I think Karun said earlier, I'm very happy to associate with people who are actually working at the center of this problem that we're all facing in terms of equipping students for what's coming up tomorrow. And I'm hoping to learn a lot from interaction with all of you. So I'm part of Kalari Capital, as they mentioned. So our focus has been to invest as the first institutional investor in early stage startups. We've been investing since 2006, and we have, I think, over 120 companies that we've invested in over the years. And many of them have grown significantly in the domestic markets as well as in global markets. And education specifically has been a use case that's been close to my heart. And also I did a startup of my own in education. And I'm happy to be here and working with Bytexl. So I just thought I'll take a few minutes to kind of frame what's sort of on the agenda for the next part of the session, which is we're all talking about AI and what that means in terms of how education landscape is going to change and what can we do about it. So I'm not going to share anything that people don't know, but hopefully just some of my thoughts. So I think the way we think about content at a very fundamental level is changing because of AI. You know, the way we are able to create, whether it's textual content, visual content, videos, the way we are able to assimilate different pieces of content into quick summaries, generalizations, abstractions, and even generate a lot of content afresh in a very human-like way is starting to happen and is being used by a lot of companies now. And what does that mean specifically from a learning standpoint, right? So obvious use cases are, you know, can we develop curriculum which is much better, which is more specialized, which is more personalized at scale, right? So I think that is a great use case. And today we are still very, very far away from achieving that in the classroom. I think someone spoke about what can we do in the classroom. I think just getting lesson plans structured and and especially in the areas of technology, because every year, I mean, we all know what happened with the latest Microsoft update, but essentially all the software that we use, all the tools that we use are changing. And these are the tools that are going to be part of the fabric of building any products tomorrow. And we have to stay on top of that. So I think that's one core area where just staying on top of what should be the latest in technology and how do you incorporate that as curriculum is one area. Second area is, of course, the environment itself. I mean, a lot of these students, no matter whether they're from humanities or from engineering disciplines or science disciplines, need to know how to work with these tools for their jobs. So I think just being hands-on and how much of that gets into curriculum is going to be a very important part of what we do. And third, I think is the most interesting personally for me is there's an ability to extract a lot of data with every interaction today and to build intelligence on top of that. So this gives us insights on, I mean, a simple example, someone's writing code in Python for the first time, then what kind of mistakes are they making? Now, can I aggregate that across all students who are learning for the first time and make a smarter first lesson plan for them? It's a very simple use case which is easy to do today with data. So the concept of summative assessments and assessment of what you've already learned is especially in technology a very archaic concept. Because even in industry, every month almost, especially those who are working in AI, just staying up to speed and learning what's come out there and what is the best method, what is the best architecture. It's an evolving process. So we need to also move to a continuous evaluation methodology where I think AI can play a big role in understanding gaps in learning for each student based on data that we collate. And I think the Nimbus system or other systems that we sort of use in that endeavor will be very useful. I'm taking a big step back from technology in education and just talking about, I think I was talking to some of the people at my table earlier as well. What are some of the skills that we can essentially help them with for the future, right? And I mean, a lot of you may have read about p21.org, future skills. What are the future skills that are going to be applicable? There's doomsday, people saying engineering is going to go away, coding is going to go away, most jobs won't exist, and India is going to be severely impacted. So we hear all of these statements, but I don't think it's going to be a one-step quantum change to anything. As long as we make sure that we are empowering these students to learn how to learn, because that's become the new normal. There's nothing static, and they need to, and almost at the core are very human skills of creativity, problem solving, teamwork, collaboration. Those become extremely important, and those are very hard to inculcate through a curriculum without practical project-based learning, right? So I think, and that's a huge, I think, part of no matter what discipline, I think as part of the education system, we have to deal with that. Lastly, I think the opportunity. I think we have the biggest problem to solve for in terms of number of children, number of students that are graduating every year, or number of students enrolling in higher ed every year. But it's also the opportunity to build the largest skilled workforce on the planet, right? We have the youngest working population. And we did a great job in the first 1.0 so-called of services. But I think the real opportunity is to stay on top of technology and solve problems which are even global. And we are starting to see some of that from India. And we should continue doing this. And that's the real opportunity that anyone who's in the education system has in terms of helping these students realize this potential. So I think the numbers are staggering, and that's, like I said, the responsibility as well as the opportunity for us. So that's all I had to share. I'm here, like Karun said, to learn more from all of you and see how you see the landscape evolving. Personally, I feel Bytexl has done a tremendous job so far in sort of building grounds up, bootstrapping, listening closely to their customers, listening closely to students, teachers, and but the problem really needs this to be done at a huge scale for a country like India, and that is the opportunity as well. Thank you all. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Sampath, for enlightening us with your speech. Next up, we have Mr. Rahul Mittal, partner at EY, who is enthused by complex tax and structuring situations and transactions. But how complex is it? He has advised on notable and large transactions in specific sectors, including sell-side structuring for India's largest telecom merger, tax structuring for India, leg of $100 billion plus global merger, multi-country tax due diligence in the telecom sector for a consortium of global private equity funds in a $1 billion plus investment round, and a sell-side advisory for leading Indian ITES group in multiple divestments. I request Mr. Vaibhav Shukla to give a token of welcome to Mr. Rahul.
Hi everyone, good afternoon. Many thanks to Bytexl team, and very excited to be here in this room amongst all the distinguished people from the academia and also with the Bytexl team. Coming from industry, I'm here to share my 2 cents on how we look at talent, which joins the industry. I think when I discussed with the Bytexl team as to what is it that I must be talking about in terms of this group, I also got very personally engaged in the entire subject, because I'm not just coming from industry, I'm also a father of a 12-year-old, and I was recently revisiting the choice of the learning board for him at school level, and as much as I understand how the learning infrastructure, at least at school level, is, I feel that there is room and dire need for a lot of evolution to yet happen. With that, maybe sharing some bit of my background in more simpler terms, is that I'm a chartered accountant by qualification. I work with EY, where I am advising my clients on tax matters. In my role, is there a lot of echo, or is this that I'm feeling it? Okay. So in my role as an advisor, a part of my job has to do with grooming my people, training my people, and preparing them for for becoming successful consultants to their clients. Maybe one difference between me and what the academia does is that I do not train them to get placed somewhere else. I train them to keep doing good work. Naturally, if you imagine in that situation, what when we are looking at talent and hiring them in our organization, one key thing that we are always bearing in our minds is that what would be the learning curve for the person who joins us before he can really become capable of advising clients independently or on his own. Now that journey is something which will always exist. There will always be a learning curve for people who join afresh in any stream. We are in consulting, so in consulting things have to be very accurate as possible, even despite the subjectivity that prevails, but it has to be as close to practicalities as possible. And in doing so, of course, there will be a learning curve. But when we are still looking at talent, what we are always trying to judge is whether the learning curve will be shorter or longer than it should be. And that is where I think what I personally noticed is that uh, you can always make out a difference between those people who are coming from those backgrounds where during their education and also their trainings, they have had the opportunity of applying their technical knowledge to real life situations. Now that is something which unfortunately is not, there's not an equal opportunity for everyone. And apart from opportunity, I think even when we look at the learning, the education infrastructure, there is a long way to go. The ones who are fortunate enough to get platforms early on in their lives are definitely, they stand out amongst the crowd. But I think if as the as the education ecosystem, there can be more work that can be done, like what Bytexl is doing to introduce more project-based learning and practical ways of applying one's technical knowledge to business problems. I think the more of which happens, the better it will be. Why I said that this topic is also personally close to my heart is because talking about my son who's 12 years old, he's just moved to 8th standard in school, and he was so far in an ICSE board education, and when he started his schooling, I was very sort of indifferent to the kind of board he goes to. In fact, also to the kind of school. I had, for whatever reason, always thought that education plays a smaller role. The bigger role is played by how an individual is. Be that as it may, with time, I have also learned, also partly by because of what I do, is that we really have to have people ready to be able to grasp the reality of the world and then apply whatever their learnings are and bring them together. So when I was forced to look at the international curriculum of learning, I actually realized that how different it is, at least when I speak of things at a school level, is that it puts students in a zone where students have to self-learn. Apart from being given a certain outline of the concepts, they are made to self-learn through projects-based work. Many people talk about going to international board at schooling level because probably they feel that it is easier to get into international colleges, better chances, etc. But for me, none of that was really any attractive factor. The only one reason why I chose international board eventually, and there's no right wrong to it, I think everyone has his or her own view. For me, the only big reason was that I felt, after understanding that fully well, that this kind of curriculum really will train my child in being able to handle situations, business situations, whenever he grows up, whether he starts on his own or he works with industry, then whatever he is doing, he will be able to apply himself better through this kind of learning. I hope that similar learning also is imparted at college level. I hope that by the time he grows up and goes for graduation, hopefully in India, then there are enough opportunities for him to learn, to stay on a similar path of learning as he would get from his schooling. And I really wish that hence the kind of people we also hire, they are increasingly more and more, the kind of exposure that they have, in general, because of AI, because of access to internet these days, the education platforms also offer to them a similar level of learning, which really helps. I think just one parting note, and AI is flavor of the season, not just the flavor of this program. As a consulting firm, we are constantly having discussions about how AI will shape the future of consulting. I think that is the question which everyone in every industry is trying to answer. Maybe some have a clear answer in it, but as much as I have discussed with people across industry, at least I can tell that nobody really has a very clear view as to how things will evolve with AI, and people are still trying to find their feet. And at least one takeaway that I can speak of, from our point of view, is that going forward, AI will definitely do a lot of analytical work which people are trying to do at younger levels or junior levels of any organization. Because there's a ton of data already available with large enterprises like us. And with the technology of AI, a lot of that data can be used to give out insights, which in today's day is being done by us humans. But a lot of that will get done by AI. The more important thing though is that that may not really be enough or sufficient when you have to go back to a client and talk about a certain subject of specialization. Because whenever you get those insights, you're getting analytical insights from the data. It is probably AI is probably doing 80 to 90% of the work, but the remaining 10-20% where it actually makes a difference, where the clients who we advise, who are looking at answers, that sharpening needs to be done. In at least today's understanding of wherever AI has reached, has to be done by somebody who has the ability, who has the aptitude to apply those insights and connect them with what is the situation of the client. And I think that part increasingly will become more important, and the talent who's getting trained for industry must actually be trained in a direction where they have the ability of applying the technical knowledge of things to real life situations. That is where I see things going, and that is why that is where we see that eventually things might shape up. And I really hope that in this discussion, in this group, with what Bytexl is doing, we are able to get to that that word. I think those are my few minutes, and thank you so much for giving me the opportunity of being here and talking about it.
Thank you so much. We will now be breaking for lunch. The lunch is set up on ground floor near the pool. Mr. Raj and Mr. Satish from Bytexl team will help you to find it. Thank you. After We'll be starting with the panel discussion number 1, which is on generative AI in education. Our first theme for today is teaching, learning, and practicing tech is at a crucial stage in human history. Where do we go from here? Is there a post-COVID crisis in the Indian engineering ecosystem? We will explore these thought-provoking questions with our first panel. I would like to invite our first panel member, Mr. Sami Anand, Associate Dean and Associate Professor at Lovely Professional University. He brings to the table a diverse set of skills encompassing cloud computing, process automation, mobile application development, student skill development, programming, lecturing, and curriculum development. With more than a decade of experience in education sector, Mr. Anand considers preparing students for the demands of the digital age a major commitment of his. May I now request Mr. Karun to welcome Mr. Anand with a bouquet. Next, let me invite Mr. Sumit Premi, the Director of Talent Acquisition at Flipkart. He is a dynamic leader with a passion for identifying and nurturing talent, with extensive experience in talent acquisition and a deep understanding of the e-commerce industry. Sumit has played a pivotal role in scaling Flipkart's workforce to meet the demands of the rapid growth. His strategic vision and innovative recruitment strategies have been critical in building a high-performing team that drives Flipkart's success in competitive retail market. I would request Mr. Nishant to welcome Mr. Sumit with a bouquet. Now, we have Dr. Sheetala Prasad, a distinguished academic at the Indian Institute of Technology, Goa. Computer vision, pattern recognition, biometrics, biomedical, deep learning, machine learning, human-computer interaction, mobile vision, agriculture as a service. Think of the buzzword in the tech world today, and Dr. Prasad's expertise on these makes him one of the most important minds. He is one to reach out to know the shape of the beasts we are trying to understand and tackle today. I would like to invite Mr. Vaibhav Shukla to give a token of welcome to Dr. Prasad. Our moderator for the panel is none other than Mr. Charan Tadepalli, co-founder and CSO of Bytexl. Over to you, sir.
Hello. Yeah, first of all, welcome for this panel discussion and thanks for being part of this generative AI in education. I think I have a couple of questions here. Probably I've tried to take two questions from each one of answers for the questions that I have. One is majorly in terms of Gen AI being and AI being talked a lot these days with Microsoft and everything coming in, right? So how do you envision it, that generative AI coming into education and then getting it improved and then being part of the engineering curriculums? How do you see that coming up? And what is the path towards it? Any thoughts around it?
So with generative AI in education, I look at it in two different aspects. One is the aspect which would the students need to learn Gen AI and in which manner they need to learn. in the learning manner, it has to be divided and segmented into the way that few students would be developers in AI who would look into generating new models, coming up with new ways to machine learning. And that's what would be the fast learners, I would say. Other set would be who would embrace it, would be able to embrace it in different domains. So maybe in data science, how do you inculcate generative AI? Maybe in cybersecurity, how do you inculcate generative AI? And how you would be able to use it to refine the system which is already existing. Is two parts of learning generative AI. The second part is customization through generative AI for students. This is a big challenge which education system faces. That when we need to give customized reports to students, one, we are only giving it out based on marks. The other is in learning, generative AI could act as a coach. Why I'm learning a particular subject and what career paths are related to it. How can I assess myself better? I am planning for this as a career role and how these subjects in my degree are aligning with them. Which subjects to focus more? And then when I'm studying, can I do a self-assessment and look at what I've learned, where does it stand at industry standpoint? What more can I add? So all of these questions which the students used to had and because of the scale a faculty could not address is now with generative AI can act as a tutor or a coach to the student. So this is how generative AI can impact the education arena.
Hello. So just to add on, I think he has already pointed out very interesting thing. So in today's world of AI and education, we treat AI as just an assistant. You just think like, as he mentioned, like we had limitations of faculties to interact with the students. So what we can think now as a future, as a coming future of our students or educations, so we can have an intelligent assistant for our teacher as well as for our students. So those questions which they feel like we should not ask because of the shyness or introvert students, they can help it. These AIs can help them to go a little bit above. So below average students can go above average can be excellent because of these assistants. So I think like definitely we should have AI, and in fact not AI, but we tried using AI since past many years. Say for example, when I was in I was in France, and I don't know whether I should say it on the mic, but I am a vegetarian, so I had a problem to read French languages and German things, and then try to convert it into my understanding. So at that time, I was using translator, and Google Translator is not the new thing. It was like, I think 2005, 2006, it was being released at that time. So that is also a part of like artificial intelligence. Only the thing is now it has been changed to a large language model. It was a language model for sure. Then further we used series, which was like, I think 2011, somewhere it launched. We use it very casually. We set our alarms and other things. And now we are very much used to all those things. So that in the same sense, I think like in the future, this ChatGPT, not ChatGPT, but in fact there will be many more going into the picture, which can be a part of our students' career building as well as our students' problem solving things. Say for example, if somebody says like this is a linear algebra equation, and this is the solution, how you decoded it. Faculty might not be possible to teach each and every individual students to dive into the details of those derivations. So maybe this assistance can try to help them. So in that sense, I feel like definitely education is, might be given a boost by this AI as a tool. Of course, there is pros and cons for the both for these sides, but we'll talk about the positive things. Yeah.
I think I'll ask a correcting question here, and coming to students, like how do they balance with AI in place, where a lot of human interaction is coming in place, right? How could their learning process should be? Because everyone talks about AI coming in, generative coming in, and how do we balance it? I'm like human interaction to the AI doing a lot of things. What's your suggestion to students, and how do they balance it?
Okay, first of all, thanks for having me here. I have two stalwarts from academia sitting next to me. I'll talk from the corporate side of the things, right? I'll try and answer your first question and second question. wherein on one side we are talking, okay, AI is coming, and we are already worried about how students will cope up with that. I think I'll be jumping the gun. So let's look at some data points. Let's go back to 2018. On an average, how many, there was a slide, right? How many engineering graduates graduate every year? Google says it is around 2 million, 20 lakh. Google still does not know how many exact engineering colleges are in India, right? So I am a recruiter. How do I hire? Flipkart has to hire 100 engineers. I have a supply of 2 million, 20 lakh students. How do I go there? What would be my easiest and the best bet? I'll go to, let's say, X campuses where name everybody has heard, be it a BITS or an IIT or an NIT. But then suddenly COVID happened, right? COVID changed the way recruitment happens. There were a lot of bad things, but what eventually did was it democratized the hiring process, wherein student, wherever you are, has access to tools and technology. AI came, I mean, just now, right? Technology is what started 2019-20. The infrastructure, which we never had, both the colleges and industry were forced to use it. I sometimes ask myself why we were not using Zoom and all these assessments back in 2010. Nothing changed, right? Our brains and engineers were all same. But that's where the entire thing was changed. Now coming to this point, now I have a funnel of 20 lakh students. How do I evaluate them? How do I stack rank them? I was having a conversation with them, right? One is your assessment tools. But that again is not doing justice. What will happen is your Gen AI will come into picture. What it should happen and how students should manage it, right? It has the potential to let go and eliminate the entire interview process. Why and how? From the first year of your education, let's say Bytexl or any AI assistant, which is tracking and monitoring, both my co-panelists said, right? They track how the student is performing, what are the patterns they are seeing, how does it work, and that report goes to the companies and they have access to that database, which means you don't get it in the interview process. I mean, there was somebody was asking, what do we see in 2047? We don't know what we see in 2047. But 5 years or 10 years down the line, I see with all this technology, there will be no need of interview process. If your Gen AI tool can tell me, okay, Sumit, from this area or this region, these are the 50 students who match what your organization needs. Because Gen AI had given me that tool. So it is going to be the hygiene for tomorrow. So what students should be doing is that work life should not even be in their heads. How do they manage and all of that? It is the curriculum and how things are taught in the campuses that has to change. I'll just finish with one concluding line, right? I will not use heavy words. I'm not a techie per se, large language model, but for me, Gen AI is intelligence as a service. Now, how can a faculty use intelligence as a service versus how is a student use? For faculty, the generative part, right, it becomes very important. They should be using it to generate content which saves their time and goes to the students. For students, it is a conversational AI. They have their personal assistant or somebody with whom they can go and ask their doubts. So that's how I see the landscape evolving, maybe futuristic, but I have good hopes on how it can change how we hire as well.
That's a good answer. I want to connect that question again back, right? So now, from the corporate side, you know, there's always a need for Gen AI, but you have to understand for where it has to be. Now, what is it universities has to do to see that students are ready for the job market if you go and adopt Gen AI and AI technologies in the college curriculum? So how do you see that, and what is that university should do in order to see that this all happens in a flow?
So, as I said, that we have to segment it in a manner. AI developers and AI embracers. So developers would be the one who are more intricate, the ones who are there to understand and create new models, because that's not everyone's cup of tea. And the other ones, when they're learning all those tools, all those generative AI options that are available in their domain. So if a student who is right now, I'm taking an example not from computer science, but let's say in multimedia, and he's not knowing about DALI, He's not knowing about all the tools that exist which can create from a prompt what he used to do over a period of a week or 10 days. And that can do it in the matter of hours. And he does not embraces it, he does not understands it. Because he would be the one who would be giving the right prompt, understanding the requirement, and then refining it. Gen AI will not give you the exact output at 100% accuracy. There is still a gap because what data you have fed in, it can only come out with that. It cannot create its own data. That part is still at the hand of the student. And he has to understand and embrace that part, that okay, still I am the one who's going to refine the final outcome, give it the final touching point, which would give you the exact output that is needed. So if he does not know how the DALI output is being coming out and where to refine it, where to look at for the flaws, where to look at to touch points, he would not be able to embrace that technology. So students in different domains need to understand the tools available, what are their exact outcomes, how to get that outcome, and how to refine them at the end for the right set of output is what is important.
One more thing in this side, as he has mentioned already, to modify the curriculum or to modify the students' interest, I think there should be a close relationship between the industries and the academia, because we are generating students or engineers not for ourselves but for the society or for the industry people. So if we can understand these things in more closer, more better way, how these industries are going to change in coming few years, maybe our curriculums might be more refined, more tuned in. Our generative AIs can be helping for. Say, for example, I can give you one very layman example. Like I used to remember, like my grandfather said, like 10th pass is the highest degree they used to have. But today, even PhD students are there available on the market. That means like over the period of years gap, you can see the qualifications are changing. The need for the same job earlier it was 10th, but now technology has been improved. Even PhD students have been required for those. So in near coming futures, maybe after 5 years or 6 years, when AI is actually built up in everyone's mobile phones, smart watches, Google glasses and everywhere is there, I think the need of jobs, the need of, we need to reshape our jobs requirements. We need to reshape our curriculum educations rather than just asking questions of, say for example, linear algebra today. We got 10 marks, so he's good in mathematics. English, he's very good in fluent, so he got another 10 marks. So that is not going to be requirement in the near future. So we have to think in that directions. We have to work hand in hand with our industries as well as our academia, and then see how the things has to be modified and how this AI has to be taken considerations, even with flaws and pros and cons, right? Yeah.
Thanks. I'll just add on. See, while there are so many things, I think the new education policy which has come, right, it has all the ingredients to do what we are trying to do, right? Been into this industry for around 14 years. From the first day I've been hearing bridging the gap, right? It has not happened. But why is it not happening? Is the supplies too huge and academia does not have time? Now, in fact, the government has kicked in and said, okay, let's do this model. This professor of practice, I think that's what it is called. It's been an year or more, I think the policy has come into place. I'm not sure how many institutes are already implementing it. See, the solution is there. We don't even have to boil the ocean. The government has made a policy. While the academia is being educated about it, I think that is where the industry should also have that education. Because I went through the policy, I think it is brilliant. You want to leave after year 1, you get a certification, but you are skilled. You can get an employment. That is what Viksit Bharat, right? We want to get into a developed country. That's how it will become. We have to create skilled workforce. Currently, we are looking at having these many graduates after any, but is a graduate a skilled workforce? We still don't know. That is where I think the gap lies.
Okay. I think I'll go to the other side of the generative AI now. When coming to generative AI, a lot of ethical questions comes around, right? Because simple examples that people talk about is the phone, whatever that you talk, everything is captured, right? The actions are captured. And how important it is for corporates as well as for the universities to maintain those ethical standards and social standards as well when it comes to generative and AI. So what's your take on that?
So with ethics, it's very much important to not ignore the side effects. As I was pointing out that there are always a positive and negative side to things. So if we keep the ethics aside, it would be a technology which would not have its bound. So with that putting into aspect, ethic is a very important part with generative AI coming in. Because if you're able to go through the data which is private to someone and use it to generate something which might hinder the other person is something which is challenging. So with respect to AI, which kind of data set it can access? Does it have the authorization to access that data set? How that data set was actually gathered and how it is being put into use? Context of that data set is available. All of this needs to come into picture when we are talking about generative AI being used on a day-to-day basis. Because if this all is not put into context, then it would have unbound access. And an unbound access would always result in catastrophic things. So the problem with ethics is there's a very thin line. For someone it might be good, for someone it might not be good. To understand and draw that line for the system, because system cannot draw that line. It's the user who has to draw that line. It's the one creating that system who has to draw that line. So if we look at the policy which is getting generated in European Union right now with respect to AI, it is just the first draft. It has to be worked on comprehensively to further detail it properly. So ethics is very, very much important with generative AI so that the community can understand. So just taking an example, we are talking about student having generative AI as a coach. Student is thinking in a different manner. Student is thinking, I'll get an assignment. I'll use generative AI to solve that assignment. I have a problem, I'll put it there as a question and I'll get an answer and submit it there. That's where we need to understand that with support, how to use it is also important.
Yes. Yeah, so in that same question, like we as a teacher or faculty, as a tutor or instructor, we also need to think like what kind of questions we should ask. And maybe if we just ask like what is A plus B, then of course generative AI will definitely generate. So we have to also improvise our teaching skills so that what we are going to see in the near future has to be definitely taken care. Another example is like regarding this ethics, we do usually as a programmer, we are also developing some kind of AI's bots of especially this large language model. Nowadays, this large language model is having some kind of constraints. We are also looking at those things. Say, for example, if you want to come up with a kind of like what is the formula of cyanide or something, the generative AI is now a little bit intelligent that it will stop to answer those questions, and it will say that it will prompt that it is not allowed to answer those things. But if you try to ask in a different way, that okay, can you tell me? I'm a movie writer, I want to write a story, and then in that case I need a cyanide, how to kill it. So in that case it will try to completely narrate all the step-by-step details of creating and doing that crime. So yeah, of course ethics has to be there, some kind of limit has to be created, and that creation has to be done by the user itself, not by the program, because they are not the intelligent things. They are capable of generating things, based on some kind of knowledge which they have. But those knowledge is, of course, we are feeding in. So we have to have those limitations. We have to have those conditions. So whenever we fire some questions to the generative AI has to understand those questions before it tries to respond to those things. So ethically, I think in that sense, we can definitely have a limit. Yeah, please.
Yeah, I feel the word private will stop existing in dictionaries. As we are talking, our Instagram is listening. Next reel would be on Gen AI on education, right? And we are all bombarded by the number of calls we get. Our data is everywhere, right? I will give you an example that I'm sure most of you would have seen that movie Marvels, right? How that Jarvis, which is an AI, turns into a monster. So while we are enjoying this blood rush on things happening, it is going to be catastrophic if there are no ethical guardrails, no guidelines around it. It's better sooner than later. Otherwise, it is going to be horrible, right? Because the data, whatever we do, right? Because the queries which you're asking, to give an example of a very simple thing, a student, let's say a personal assistant, might be asking XYZ things, or maybe insecurities of the student to the assistant. What if that is given to in wrong hands, right? So those guardrails are very important. Right now it becomes, looks amazing. In 1 minute you are creating a PPT, you are doing this and that, but it has to have those guardrails. That would be my take.
I think my last question is for everyone. What would be your recommendations, I think from the corporate side of it and from the education side, what would be your recommendations, right, in terms of when coming to generative and AI, right? Any recommendation you wanted to give, it would be great. To your colleges, in your curriculum, or how the corporates are looking. I think you should have an experience of how corporates are looking for these. Is there any hiring that's going to happen in long run, or how is this?
With respect to hiring, I'm not sure how it is going to pan out with generative AI, because at this point of time, industry is also experimenting with it. They are also trying to, see what are the use cases where it can turn into revenue. Right now, it's all testing. Right now, it's all coming around in a way that it's a new technology which has some benefit to it. But the use cases which can translate into revenue with generative AI is the challenge. Once it comes out in a manner where generative AI has use cases which turns around and puts revenue onto the books, is where industry would look at hiring for generative AI. What is important for students this point of time is to embrace the technology, be ready for the change, and show their willingness to adapt to this changing dynamic landscape is what industry is looking at. Because you don't want a student who comes on board, says, I know X technology and I'll stick for it for the next 20, 30 years, because technology landscape is changing in, 2 to 3 years. So if he is dynamic, he is adaptable, he's ready to commit and learn and upskill himself, is what, as a skill, I would say corporates is looking at when they're asking for how you have explored Gen AI till date. So if they're able to learn, explore, and show their willingness to adapt and learn to the system, would be beneficial for students as well as for industry, because they have someone who is embracing the technology in the right set of manner.
I think he summed it up very beautifully, right? Willingness is the key takeaway for me. Last thing is, now each institute has resource in the form of Gen AI. Don't wait for the corporate to come and tell you how curriculum should be. You have Gen AI for that. Now is the time when institutions should start surprising corporates. Arey, humne kar liya. We've already done this. You put a code that you need a Flipkart-based interface and you want a student to make a project on it. Gen AI will throw you that. And if corporate comes to your campus or interacts with the students, is how do you do that? Now that potential is there. And it should not be, we will wait and then we'll do. I think that is one thing which can be turned around.
Right. And in that case, we have to completely revise our structure of way of mode of learning, way of mode of evaluating the things, and way of mode of seeing the job or opportunities in the current market or in the future markets. So the people who is going to join today as their first year of their bachelor's, they have to be capable enough to change, to learn or to adopt those technologies, which is going to be changed, which is like as we all know that these technologies are only last for max 3 to 4 years. So they have to, like, till the time they complete their graduations, the technology will be completely changed. So they have to have a smarter working using this AI as an assistant, not as a slave to work for their homeworks, but as an assistant, so that they can keep on changing, keep on adopting to the new technologies which they are going to face, or which they are facing in overgoes through the curriculums, like first year, second year, third year, fourth year, something like that. And other thing that they should also be very much ready for interdisciplinary kind of objects, because nowadays, because of this AI and things, it is like computer science is not limited to computer science, but it is limited. It can go to bioinformatics, can go to industries, can go to any kind of field. So as a student, I think they should be very much ready to do a interdisciplinary projects, interdisciplinary job profiles. They should be ready with all those things. I think that is the near future's objective we should think of.
Thank you. I think brilliantly answered by everyone. If you're all okay, I want to take 2 or 3 questions from the panel.
Good evening. I think we have a wonderful
good evening.
panel of academia and industry. Question to the industry, Sumit. Would you hire students who are having no degrees? Because I do not know in 25 years from now or 10 years from now, keeping AI, self-paced education, why would you not hire? Because you would get motivated students as well. And if they're not going to go and get a degree, would you hire them, or would you go by the traditional way of hiring students having degrees? Because now you have 2 academia people on your sides. How would you answer that?
Sure. Interesting one, right? I read this wherein said BTech in CSC with specialization in AI/ML. It is an institute, maybe no, right? So far we are programmed to hire students with qualifications and a degree, right? That is how our industry has been running. Is it changing? Yes. Is industry open to that? Yes. I'll give you 2 use cases. I'll not name startups. There are 2 startups in Bangalore. I spoke to them last week. They said they are an edtech company. They said, we have started an engineering. We will train the person for 9 months. And then you can take the person with you for internship and all of that. Degree never comes into picture. And if you want, you can absorb them. So these are the use cases for us. We have not seen use cases so far. Like I was saying, the new education policy which we are referring to, if we see people who drop out after 1 year, have a certification, I will not maybe give them nobody will have that confidence. Maybe I'll put them through an internship or a project. If those use cases become successful, we are open. Second example, I was having a conversation last week only with PWD, with Disabilities Institute, and there were no degrees with them. They were getting students after +2, right? And they were training them on 9 months, be it visually impaired, hearing impaired, and all of that. And they were placing them in organizations. Now, there was no degree at all over there. I asked them, why are you not giving them a degree? They said, we don't want to make an institute. We are telling you it is a skilled workforce that can help. There will be concerns coming later on, maybe the age criteria. Our government does not allow less than 70 in a PAN card. How do I pay them? Parity issues, somebody who's an engineer is getting the same salary and all of that. But that is problem number 2. But is industry open to all these things? Yes, we are open. And new edtech companies are coming. As we see more use cases, sir, I think that is where the confidence of letting go of that bias will start coming in. Right now, like I was telling you, the bias of, let's say, an IIT or an NIT has already gone away. Because we know somebody sitting in XYZ village of XYZ state can learn. Need not be from X campus. Now, step 1, we have removed that bias. Step 2 is, if we have to move forward, we have to remove that bias. We are still not there, but we are looking. Our ears and eyes and arms are open. Let's see how it goes.
Check. So you're saying that it's possible that you may not hire people from institutes.
Yes.
It's a dangerous thing, but, well, we have to face the facts. One question, sorry, for the academia. You know that prompt engineering, if you know that, it solves all our matters for teachers and for students. You just said that. But the point is, nobody talks at the universities or institutes to use AI in that sense, using prompt engineering. Nobody talks about it because they feel, ethical issues or things like, oh, teacher himself is okaying to look into prompt engineering and getting their assignment resolved. So how would you advise academia to use it straightforwardly, use it, but as you also said, refine it? How would you advise it? Because nobody is talking about it.
So I'll pick up from the first question and attach it to your second question, sir. So degree, when we say degree is definitely going to pan out skill set is what is going to come in. So degree is right now was an indication of a skill set that a student has. That, okay, he's good enough for a particular job role. That's what degree used to be. Degrees would turn into skill set. So someone has to brand that skill set. Maybe it's an institute like a college or a university. Maybe it's an edtech who comes in and brands. But no one without that answer, that how do you refine and tell that, okay, this person is capable enough to do job, will not be able to enter corporate. So some or the other piece of paper or a kind of badging would be needed with the students. Now, when it comes to prompt engineering, so prompt engineering is a very term which has been coined recently, but we were doing it earlier also. So how many of us embraced it? I'm not very sure of it, but when we used to do Google search was actually prompt engineering. Google itself gave out a handbook which says how to effectively use Google, and that was what is prompt. That if you enter this kind of a prompt, your searches will be more refined. Is what we have done with AI. That, okay, you want AI to answer more specifically and clearly to you, you have to be writing a better prompt. So it's basically you have to learn the language and grammar. So when we are talking about speaking in English, we know how to form a sentence and how to talk about it. Is now you want to talk to AI, you have to talk it in their terms. So yes, embracing it is very important, as I said. Throwing out a technology is never the answer. When computers came in, everyone thought jobs would go. Everyone was scared that it will do faster. It will do things which a human is doing and better and with less errors. But with computers, it came more jobs. With AI also, it's going to happen the same way, because AI cannot run on its own. Getting to a level where AI can generate answers itself without having a data which is not there available is something which is very far-fetched at this point of time. It can only refer and interrelate data and then give out an answer. But creating something new is always what humans will succeed at. That's where when AI and data sets going to be pushed in is going to be by the user. AI can automatically not create data and put it in. It's always going to be human. So right now we are not able to see what kind of job roles AI will bring in, but definitely with technology coming in, it's the first fear, jobs going out. But over the course of history, it always happened with technology coming in, more and more jobs have been created in new sphere. So I look at it in that fashion, that yes, we need to adopt it, we need to embrace it and see how it can bring in new opportunities for everyone.
Hi, I don't know if it's on. Just a quick question. It's very interesting, right? How AI is completely changing everything for all of us. And the theme was really interesting, but one thing that I was thinking about is how do we actually help the future of our educators in this whole thing, because they are almost immediately impacted. While we're thinking about the future of education and talent for the student, that's like 4 years maybe, or 3 years, depending on the degree you're looking at. But our educators, for them to remain relevant in this time of rapid change, how are they even relevant? Should they be made relevant? How do we do that? Is that something to be, is that something of more urgency almost?
The straight answer is like, along with the students, teacher also has to adopt these technologies to get rid of those things which students is doing. Like say for example, they are, say for example, teacher has given some assignments to the students. Students has done it with the help of AI. So teacher also has to be in such a way that nowadays, like say for example, plagiarism, they have AI inbuilt in that. So if the assignment has been generated using AI, so there is a help for the tutor so that they can actually monitor it, whether it has been copied using AI or completely written by the individual person. So the straightforward answer is, along with the students, teacher also has to learn these technologies. We cannot stop. As a technological guy, we should always keep on learning things. So AI is definitely going to be there in the future. So we have to be playing a role in all that. So that's how I think a tutor has to develop? Maybe you can add.
So, yes, the urgency is there. The urgency is very much there because how to use it maturely is the question. AI is there. Anyone can use it in any manner. You can use it for the good. You can use it for getting it doing wrong things. You can try to ask AI how to hack a bank, how this hack was done, and you might want to try it yourself. So how to use maturely is the point which comes in, and which is the job of an educator to come in, pitch in, and tell this is how maturely you should use this technology. Teachers, to stay relevant, obviously would have to work. Whenever a new technology, a new disruption comes in, teachers are the first ones to learn and then impart that logic to the students. Out here, it's going parallel. That's the challenge that teachers have to face. But going parallel also is where I pointed out the first thing. AI can give you answers, but to a certain level. Because AI is picking up data from the entire internet. Internet has right answers, internet has wrong answers. When you put into AI, AI does not know what the answer on a website is, a right or a wrong. You can edit Wikipedia. AI would pick up answer from Wikipedia and tell you that, hey, this is the answer, but it might be wrong. That's where an educator comes in. That's where an educator needs to question that whether it is right or wrong, how further refinement needs to be done. For doing that, educators need to first embrace it. And that's where universities, faculties are doing it, but at what pace, at what level might differ at different places. So the answer to your question is yes, they need to do it immediate, because if they don't do it right, the Gen Z which is there, it's going to learn using the wrong way of AI, is where we have the urgency to teach them the right way of using AI.
Hello. Yeah, I have a question specifically for Sumit. Sumit, we see a lot of companies coming for placement to campuses, and they say that students should not be using AI tools while they are supposed to write the placement test and the coding challenges question. Thing is, AI is everywhere. What, as a HR or a talent acquisition team person, what's your take on it? Should they embrace AI while doing their placement questions? Because obviously on the job you are going to use it. You just can't ignore it. So how Flipkart looks at it and how the TA fraternity looks at using AI tools by the graduates?
Interesting. I mean, that is, I'll not say the problem statement we are facing right now, but like you rightly said, each company has brought co-pilot licenses. Every coder has a co-pilot working with them. When after job you will have a co-pilot, why can't you do it beforehand, right? That is where the assessments which we are doing, and that is the thing which we are doing. Plagiarism is something which helps us differentiate the right talent and somebody who knows how to copy well, right? Of course, that is a very smart person. We were having a conversation. If somebody is able to crack it or usne itna ghuma diya, let's hire that person, because that person knows how to get it done. Having said that, being from an ethical and getting that right attitude and mind frame, because the rules are set for everybody. The reason we eliminate, especially at campuses, right, when we narrow down the funnel, we don't select. The first two rounds are your eliminators. Your selection happens in your round 3 and round 4. Like I said, if I come to your campus, let's say there are 500-600 computer science students. If I tell everybody to use a code from a system which they can copy, I'll not be able to do justice. So I want to first eliminate the ones from that side. When I get into the actual coding, that is where I will give the person full resources. It will be an open book examination. That is what we are doing for our laterals right now. We don't want, there are no plagiarism and all of that. We say, okay, this is the interface. We want you to build a feature in an environment which is relevant to Flipkart and create this feature over there. Because that is what otherwise candidates will start questioning. It is very different in campus. Because the top of the funnel is so broad, how do you eliminate it? We don't want to be doing this test for like 5 days or 6 days. That's how this entire ecosystem funneling we do. But this is also going to change. The kind of questions which will come, everybody has to accept, no matter how hard you try, students will figure out a way to copy a code or use a co-pilot or do anything. That is where all these assessment platforms have already started working on it. How do we tweak that? How do we have 50 test cases running in the background and you can see only 5 test cases? We used to do it in one of my previous organizations, Samsung, right? You use whatever you use, but there are hidden test cases which will define how well the code is written, what is the runtime and all of that. But it is going to change. That is a very, very valid, and you will see in coming months or years, that will be a given. Even the assessment tools will have a co-pilot attached while solving the problem.
The mic is with me. One question for teaching learning, because this is the topic in AI. If one suggestion could be in classroom, if you give the question and you even give the answer, wouldn't be learning happening? Because you give the question, the teacher gives the question, it's definitely obtained. The teacher would probably also have to know how the answer is to be obtained, right? So teacher would also go using prompt engineering and getting the answer. So isn't it a good way that you can give even the answer and say, hey students, can you give me a better answer? Or because even I know that you can get this answer from ChatGPT. So how would you comment on that? Because it's going to come to that. There was an example, I just want to share this. Recently, the teacher gave a presentation to be done, and the smart teacher also got the presentation from ChatGPT, and the whole class got it from ChatGPT, and it happened that both the presentation from the teacher and the students was the same. So that came a little bit of embarrassment in the classroom. So knowing all this, isn't it a better option where the teacher says, this is the answer that you get from ChatGPT, guys. What more can you do? What's your...
So there's another way of doing it, which I did it in my class. I'll take that example right away. So in my cloud computing course, what I did is I gave them a problem statement, and I didn't ask them to come out with an answer from themselves. I said, use Google's AI, use ChatGPT, use other LLMs which you can think of, and then compare the outcomes given by each LLM. Now, you can't put in a ChatGPT outcome into Google and say, compare it with your outcome. So it's where your intuitiveness has to kick in. So industry would make it easy for us. Once there was only ChatGPT, it was difficult because that's one source. When there are multiple sources available, you can change the way you evaluate. You can start asking them to compare it and bring it onto the table. Then they would have to go through those answers, find the differences between the answers, because each LLM algorithm is different, and they would give out answers in a different manner and analyze answers in a different manner, which the student would have to figure out and create those pointers, is where you can use technology to beat technology.
I think in teaching learning, it works out to be Bloom's taxonomy in analysis, right? So,
I think just to add on, I was referred to the slide which sir was saying, right? Skills of future skills, right? Critical thinking and problem solving. Right now, we teach this is how you solve. What I think is they have to find the problem as well and figure out a solution. What all could be solved is how an employer is also going to see. Because when we hire, we see some of the kids or some of the employees coming, I have gone through your app, this is what we feel should be fixed. When you get into these sort of conversations in an interview, those leave a mark, right? And in terms of teaching as well, having that critical thinking attitude is going to be the game changer, because now the question paper is out and open. Everybody knows the question paper. So how you can differentiate talent is how it is going to change. It's just a...
Same thing, like you have to always look for the way how teacher is going to judge, evaluate it. That's the main idea. So they can get answers, we can get answers, because AI is not for you, it's for everyone, as you already mentioned in your speech. So we have to look for the different way of evaluation, not, as he mentioned, degree can be or cannot be important. So how to measure that skill? He said how to brand it, like we need some kind of brandness on that. So that's why things cannot change abruptly, but definitely there are some ways which we can think of. So
I think we are crossing the time, so I think thank you so much for being in this panel. Thank you for your valid inputs and also good answers. I've got it. I think better answers than what I was expecting on. Thank you, everyone, and that's it. Thank you so much. That's the best part of it. I think I wanted to answer your question actually, so I was so excited about students and the corporates, right? So what technology, right? The reason why we are talking about technology, a lot of filters has to be created around these technologies, Gen AI, which are coming up. The filters are very important for students not to, as you said, someone is typing a question and they're getting an answer, right? There should be a filters that needs to be applied on the system. That's where more technology need to come in, where that filter will give you only answer to correct you, but not to give you the whole answer. That's how the system has to be built. And it cannot be like, it should tell you only when a bug has been identified, it will come back and tell you, hey, what you're doing is wrong. This is how you need to correct it, but not everything. For that technology, like Gen AI, a lot of filters are being created around, and that's where the platforms are coming up right now, who are majorly trying to solve those problems. We have to see how is it going to get solved, but that's one way of looking at it. Thank you. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you so much for this inspiring words and vision. Before we go for our next part, I have a few simple questions for all of you to make it a little more energetic and interactive. So my first question is, what's something that recently made you smile? Anybody can take up the question and answer. What's something that recently made you smile? That's a really nice answer. Anybody else? The flights? The chaos? Yes. Yes. It made our photographer cry though. Thank you. I have another question. What's the best advice you've ever heard from anyone? Yeah. Is that for me? Okay. Anybody else? Okay, another question is, would you rather be the funniest or the smartest person in the room? Anybody? Yeah, that's true. And I think most of us are already smart. So it's better to be the funniest person in the room to stand out. All right, that's it for now. I'll come back with these questions later. Now it's time for a special keynote address by our chief guest for today, Mr. Devanshu Patel, the visionary president of Parul University, who has profoundly impacted education in Gujarat and beyond. A medical graduate from Maharaja Sayaji Rao University of Baroda, he has established state-of-art institutions offering diverse courses. His belief in youth empowerment has transformed many into dynamic leaders. Dr. Patel's dedication to research and internationalization has propelled Parul University to global heights, securing partnership with leading institutions worldwide. He fosters innovation through the Entrepreneurship Development Cell, encouraging job creation over job seeking. His commitment to continuous learning is evident in programs like continuous education and executive development. Under Dr. Patel's leadership, Parul University continues its trajectory of growth and academic excellence. I would like to request Mr. Karun Tadepalli to welcome Mr. Patel with a bouquet.
Hello. Yeah. Very good afternoon to all of you. So, hearing to that introduction, even I am interested what I have to say today for all of you. First of all, thank you for giving me this opportunity, Charan, to deliver a keynote speech on this occasion. But I believe, I do not belong to this field to give any keynote or expert opinion basically on this. As being told in my introduction, I am a medical person. I have done my MBBS, MD, and by luck, or you can say by fortune, I happen to manage academic institution in Baroda and the university named Parul University. So of course I have a lot to do with education and so many graduates coming out of our university, especially in the area of computer science. So I do not have in-depth understanding, but I broadly understand issues. So, when yesterday I came, Charan told me that you have to deliver a keynote, So suddenly I was thinking, what am I going to speak about this in artificial intelligence and education and learning? So I thought, let me put it across in a very simple way. And I would like to put across by way of a very small story, This is a story of a magical lake. There was a magical lake, and it was in the middle of the jungle. And this magical lake was very difficult to find since it was a magical lake. Very few people knew about it. And near this magical lake, there was a tree. And on this tree, there lived a monkey couple. So one day, this monkey couple found out that there was a man who could finally locate where the magical lake is. So this magical lake is being found by this man. This man comes with a great difficulty towards this lake. And this man takes a deep inside this lake, right? He jumps into the lake. And to the surprise of this monkey couple, they saw that this man turned into a god as soon as he came out of this lake. So this couple was amused by this, what is going on. So the couple also decided that let us also try. Something is magical about this lake, So first the male partner takes a jump inside the lake. And he turns into a handsome man once he comes out of this lake. And then his partner also takes the turn. And she also decides to take a jump inside the lake, She also transforms herself into a very beautiful woman, And both of them were very happily surprised to see the outcomes of this magical lake. So now this monkey, male monkey, who was now converted into a very handsome man, he thought that the man who had taken a deep inside this magical lake turned into a god. Why can't we take another deep inside this lake? Maybe we can get converted into a god, But his partner told that that's not a good idea. I think what we have achieved is more than what we could have thought of. So let us be content with it. So she decided to go away from there. But the monkey decided, the male partner who became a handsome man, who decided that I'll stay back and I'll try my luck. And since she was going out, there was a prince who was hunting around in the jungle. And he found that that lady was so beautiful. He proposed a marriage to her and he got married. And she became the princess of the kingdom, On the other hand, this man decided to take another jump. And he took a jump inside the lake and by God's grace or by luck or by misfortune, he again got converted into a monkey, basically. And, while he was just coming outside the lake, there was a Madari. The Madari caught hold of this monkey, and he started training this monkey to become a monkey who could dance also. And one day this prince decided to call Madari into this entire, what we call darbar, to have a show of a monkey dance, And fortunately, unfortunately, the same Madari was called with that same monkey to perform that dance. And when the monkey came to dance, he saw his partner, who was now a beautiful woman sitting adjacent to Prince, and he was making dance moves to the, orders of his boss, So, how does this story relate to AI, I think this magical lake is like an AI. You can either become a monkey or you can also become a god. So, I would put it in a very crude way, this way. As an education leaders or education providers, we have to be very careful while we talk about AI, how we deal with about AI to our students, with our teachers. Traditionally, it has been said that AI should enable education, AI should enable students, AI should enable teachers. But on the other hand, I just remember a year back, we were supposed to take a test to segregate our students into different batches. So we will call them a meritorious batch, we will call them a mediocre batch, we will talk a poor batch. Bytexl was supposed to take this test. So it was an online test. And we were supposed to categorize the student and give special trainings to them based on their skill sets, based on their knowledge. So we decided to take an online test, very common nowadays. And we realized that there were many students who cheated in that test, because of ChatGPT and again AI. And we could not have the segregation appropriately. So we decided to go back to the old textbook methods when we brought out the paper, and papers were distributed to each and every student. And then we decided to take that test by simply observing them, And finally we could get the segregation, and we could decide which batch of the students will need what kind of training. So since then we have decided to make it offline, Trainings can be online, but assessment has to be offline. It will be a pen and paper test. So I think we need a balance. We need a lot of scrutiny before we can think about applying AI on mass scales in teaching, learning, assessment, or whatever ways we feel like. I saw a video also when, I think many days back about, this was a video of China, how China is using AI in their schools. It's very traditionally seen that usually in classrooms, in universities and schools, in colleges, we have 50 to 60 students in a class, and sometimes it is more than that also. So like when I studied in MBBS, it was 150 students in a class. So a teacher can simply forget, who is what, which student is doing what, and what is the learning level of the student. It's simply impossible to make an assessment how much assimilation is being done by the students while the education is going on. And in such a scenario, it is very difficult to assess the attention level also now. Also, I am speaking now, we have around 50 people in this room. It is very difficult to assimilate how many people are able to, have any sense of what I'm trying to say, or how they grasp or how they analyze it. So what I saw in China, there were electrodes being placed on the heads of the kids in the schools. And I'm being told that this is being done at mass level in China, where these electrodes are receiving the EEG, the electrical activities of the brain. And there is an entire artificial intelligence code which is analyzing the attention level of the students, how much they are able to grasp, and it boils down to a particular analysis or results on the desktop of the teachers. So in real time, a teacher can understand, or a teacher can get to know how many students are really attentive, how many students are able to assimilate what is being taught, whether the concepts are truly understood or not. There is a detailed analysis coming on their laptop, and parallelly a SMS is also sent to parents. There is also an application where parents can log in and also see on real time what kind of learning is happening. So in classrooms of 50 to 60, it is always challenging how we can do that, but how we can use the assistance of AI in making things better, right, for the teacher, for the students, rather than replacing the entire human intelligence. How it can be assisted is the big question, whether it is teaching learning process, whether it is assessment, or whether it is any aspect of learning which we are talking about. And I think all of you are well versed and you know more about AI than me. But I think we are still in experimentation phase as far as teaching learning processes and evaluation processes are concerned. But I would always say that we would be required to strike a right balance how this artificial intelligence cannot, should not, must not replace the human intelligence, and how it can assist human intelligence to make it better for the future of the entire young generation and the teaching community of our country and world at large. So I think that's what I have to say about artificial intelligence in education, and thank you very much for giving me this opportunity, and my best wishes for the success of Bytexl and all the endeavors that you do. Yeah, thank you.
Hello. Thank you, Mr. Patel, for your inspiring and visionary insights. Let's have another huge round of applause for him. Now, for the most awaited part of the evening, may I now request Mr. Karun and Mr. Charan to introduce our groundbreaking product, Nimbus.
Can you hear me? Okay. I think we have been talking about Nimbus from morning and then created enough excitement. And it did take a couple of minutes to even get to the PDF, so, right, like our PPT. So that's where, that's how a startup would be, and then that's how I think the AI also, right, like Dr. Devanshu Patel has mentioned, I think how do we balance it out is very important in this one. I think we have been lucky in that way because we have enough colleges and students to understand what they are looking for. And what we have built as a Nimbus is not a brainchild, I would say, like it was coming from the data that we have captured and what the industry is also looking for. I think in the panel discussion also we saw, right, like the bridging the gap between industry and the academic world. We have been constantly talking about, and the whole world has been talking about. And this is our initial step to that one, thinking that this would revolutionize the way we would even showcase, right, like, or even talk about how we are going to identify. I think like Sumit was mentioning, how do you filter from 2 million people to hire 100 out of it, right? Like it's always a challenge. And that's what we are getting into, right? Like, and this is where it's not just AI. AI is like almost like an upper limit where we are talking about, but it starts with data analytics, data science, machine learning, and then getting to the AI. I think this is the step starting with the data analytics, how we are building this product. So this is Nimbus, everyone. So what we are seeing on the screen is how it would look like. So what the biggest differentiation from the existing tools in the market, I think everyone might know about HackerRank. Repulity is something that's coming up. What we have tried to do is like, these are our reference points, and based on the data that we are getting, HackerRank is problem solving. And then I think that's where I think so far our education system has phenomenally done good in order to, how do you understand a logical problem and try to solve it. Now we want to take it little further. Now we have the students, right, like in all these colleges who can think analytically, logically and all that. Now they want to build actually an enterprise application or even a mobile app, which is a real-time application, and that can be done through Nimbus. As you are seeing on the screen, it is little blurry, but as you can see on the screen, if you want to build a MERN application, which is actually the full-blown mobile app that you can build, you don't have to worry about installation. The biggest challenge today in the academic world or even in industry, once you get into a job, it does take 1 week to set up your machine. And imagine how long it will take for a first year or second year student, even for that case, a fourth year student. So we have taken away all that thing. So that's what it's all about. So as you can see, this is Nimbus. And then all the engineering students or even anyone, right, like any computer graduate is right now frustrated because we talk about Gen AI, we talk about the cyber security, cloud computing and all that. But do we have the enough basics to even talk about those things? Those are like outcomes, what product. So most of these tech companies are selling as an products, they're outcomes. And what we are talking about is maybe becoming an administrator. If you are talking about cloud computing, actually we are talking about making administrators, but not building a cloud computing solution or something. So that's what the biggest frustration. Can we bridge this gap? That's what we are also trying to do that one. And the other thing is, how do we avoid all the software installation challenges? Yesterday was a great example, right? Like everyone is relying on the cloud. That's how Microsoft is able to get into our systems and manage it, right? Like if you look at it 10 years before iPhone came, they never asked for your email or password in order to create an account. If Windows never asked for it. It was like, right, like Windows. But after the advent of iPhone and all that stuff, that's when all this integrated system and every company, like not only Microsoft, Google, everyone started taking our, it's in the name of authentication and authorization, all the data has been started captured into, right? Like, so now everything is controlled by some system over there. And then now how do students adapt to these changes? So that's one thing. So basically in the colleges, what we are expecting now is they don't have to rely on maintaining the labs and all that, where Nimbus will take care of all the installations. And then they don't have to worry about like having the latest and greatest like laptops, tablets, or devices, because one day we say i3, the next day it's i7, right? Like the processor, you talk about 8 gig RAM, 16 gig RAMs, and all that stuff. And this is all cost included, right? Like this is either it's a fixed cost or a variable cost. That's what we are trying to come in. Like how do we take away this fixed cost and variable cost to the colleges and start building this one? And then limited code access and data loss risk. Like when we say limited code access, one of the advantages Bytexl has, we know the syllabus of engineering, right? Like what students are learning in the first year, second year, third year, and fourth year. So this has been tailor-made in order to their learning, their syllabus. If there are smart students who want to unlock and move forward, they can do that. But this is where our intervention or Bytexl would come into, and this is where our innovation is also. What is needed for a first year student and all that will be controlled, and we will unlock as and when they are learning on this one. So, and then maybe this is a real snapshot that I was talking about, right? Like building a real-time application. As you can see, we have taken care of all the installation, all the things were taken care. If the student is only responsible, and Bytexl is going to point out to the student and say, this is where you need to write the code. So they are only focused on business logic and all that. And you can see the app up and running on the right side of your browser. And this we can make it production live in the real world also as a mobile and app and all that. Charan will talk more on these things.
Thanks, Karun, for taking through this product. And I'll talk a little more in detail about Nimbus actually and how is it going to change the life of Bytexl, which is a big statement which I'm calling it out, but yeah, but it's going to change the fate of Bytexl. As you're all seeing, right, it's a self-hosted cloud-based coding environment, reduces students' onboarding time and classrooms. The biggest challenges that universities and colleges today they have is universities started realizing that they need emerging technologies to be a part of their curriculums. So they have, you take in Andhra Pradesh, you take Telangana, you go to the other universities like Gujarat, Maharashtra, everywhere. Your curriculums have got updated to advanced technologies where they have DevOps, full stack, merge stack, everything in place. But the biggest challenge today is students doesn't understand this at one shot. Even though you go and teach them in a dynamic, organic way like HTML, CSS or whatever, which I don't want to talk more of technical, but organically teaching them, the biggest challenge students have is they doesn't know when the cloud comes into picture. And when you actually need to do the implementation, there's nothing been taught in an organic fashion. So what we have done is, we've built a system in which, for example, a student who has learned C or Python or anything, right, down the line, and they come back and they want to build something, we're giving them a platform there itself that they don't have to go to an open source tools, which are very tough to do into installations and everything. We're giving them one-click facility where they come, they open the instances, where the whole environment is ready for them, right? And on top of that, it is not only ready of the environment, it is all about how organically they can build their applications end to end. It's more important. I'm more in detail if I want to explain, right? So Nimbus is what will make students feel more excited. One of the reasons is we've been working with a lot of students. We took a lot of feedback from students and we have built this. They always had a challenge of having the environment and the capacity of a computer to manage this is very tough. In any university or institutes, they cannot get the requirements is always a challenging in terms of the infrastructure. So what we have done is we have taken the burden on us and we have built it such a way that the infrastructure-wise, the cost has been reduced around the universities, colleges, and we have seen that it has been built in the system where the infrastructure well-ready system is before the students, it's in simple words. So I think it's going to be a good advantage at colleges where we are already working. We're going to work with those students in order to see that they are going to be part of this journey of Nimbus. I think we're going to start very slow and then take it to the next level. That's the overall plan. I'll give one example and then I'll end with this Nimbus, why we had to do it. I think everyone would know about the racing that happens in different countries, F1 Formula 1 race.
It's actually technology based. Because everyone is so excited, we see on the carousels who's coming first, who's coming second, who's coming third. That's all technology driven. The reason how it happens is, let's say there are 12 cars which are going on the F1 race formula, which was happening. There is always a data that is being lively processed to the system so that you know who's coming on the first, who's coming on the second, who's coming on the eighth. You know, the people think it is an easy. It is not an easy thing. There are a lot of technology being inbuilt into the car, as well as there is a lot of electronic equipment that's been installed in a car, right? There is a mechanism that they apply, which of course most of should be knowing. They use different kinds of APIs, which of course every organization wanted students to build an API, right? There are a lot of APIs that have been built around those technology systems, right? And to build an API, there's a lot of understanding on how the system should work. We're trying to eliminate that particular part in terms of for students when we are skilling, so that they directly build an API, they understand how it works and how it can be replicated back. That means anyone who's coming on this platform, I'm sure they can also build an Amazon and go out. That's what we're calling it out today. Anyone who's coming onto the Nimbus platform, they can build an Amazon, they can build Flipkart, they can do everything. If a student can focus, they'll be able to do that. Thank you everyone for listening to this, and hope we're going to drive this long. Thank you.
I think in short what we are...
Yes.
In short, what we are trying to say is like, this is the tool that we have built in order to empower the students, learning and skilling into product-based companies, how to build products that are needed for the industry, right? Like it doesn't matter, like Charan was mentioning, whether it's e-commerce, retail or anything, they will be getting this real-time scenarios, and then the project ideas from first year itself, they will be trained in the project-based learning, and we are going for product-based skilling, and at the same time, that means it's to the higher packages and all that, how do we skill the students. So that's the end goal, that's what we are getting into. Thanks everyone, thank you.
We have a video for the Nimbus launch. Just
If anyone is interested in watching a demo of Nimbus, we have our engineer who has built it, Karthik. So we'll be more than happy to showcase. So he will be here for some time, so you can look into that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll be starting with the next round of panel discussion in 5 minutes.
कंफर्म है
I would like to request you all to please take your seats as we'll be starting shortly. The high tea will be around 5.
Uh, Hello all. Sorry, there is a slight change in the plan. The high tea is ready. We'll do the high tea and come back in 15 minutes. Thank you so much and sorry for the change. We'll have the next panel by 4:30. And this is going to be a very interesting panel with a lot of academia and also a couple of corporates as well. So please stay tuned in. You can have the high tea just outside the conference room, and we will resume in another 10 minutes.
Hello. I would request you all to please take your seats. Hello. Welcome back. Our next session features a distinguished panel discussion, the future of classrooms and the necessity to overhaul Indian engineering education. Additionally, we will explore the industry's role in developing closer ties with education institutions, drawing insights from the Silicon Valley and Stanford University model. First up, we have Mr. Santosh Nair, Managing Director, Industry Collaborations and Academic Strategies, Parul University. Having served in the corporate sector for more than 7 years in eminent groups like Tata Group, GCMMF, and Steel Co. Gujarat Limited, Santosh Nair, it seems, found his passion in education. For nearly a decade now, Mr. Nair has been shaping academic strategies and managing industry collaborations at Parul University. I would like to call upon Mr. Raj Desai to welcome Santosh Nair with the bouquet. Next, we have Professor Ashok Bansari. He is an accomplished academic leader with over 2 decades of experience in higher education and industry. Currently, he is serving as the Dean Computer Science at GLA University, Mathura. He serves as the General Chair of the IEEE OTCON and a member of Standing Committee on Industry Relations for the IEEE Bombay section. I request Mr. Ramesh Gajeli to welcome Mr. Ashok with the bouquet. Can we have another round of applause? Next, we have Dr. Vipul Vikaria, Dean of Faculty of Engineering at Parul University. Vadodara has over 17 years of academic experience. His achievements span data mining, data security, big data analysis, and machine learning, with numerous publications in SCI and Scopus Index, journals, and conferences like IEEE and Springer. He has received the Pedagogical Innovation Award from GTU and the Excellent Research Paper Award at an international conference in Melbourne. Dr. Vicaria is also recognized for developing programs for at-risk students, diverse population, and second language learners. I would like to request Mr. Shravan Kumar to Vipul. Now, we have Professor Satbir Singh Sehgal, Vice President, Rayad Behra University. Professor Sehgal is an academic who does not miss any chance to reach out to the industry to foster a relationship with universities. Collaborative research, knowledge sharing, and technological transfer are themes he's been passionately pursuing while building bridges between academia and the industry. I request Mr. Mahesh to welcome Mr. Sehgal with a bouquet. To moderate this panel, I would like to call upon stage Mr. Nishant Reddy, Head of Operations at Bytexl.
Hello. Thank you so much to all the dignitaries who have joined us on stage. I think this is a rare opportunity. I've never thought in my life that I would be sitting on the stage and asking questions to deans and directors of colleges. So, lucky day for me. And as most of my colleagues say, abhi nahi to kabhi nahi. I think this is the mocha to play a choka. I'll start with some questions, sir. And please treat me as your student.
So like सारी frustration जो पुरानी है वो यही निकालना है
निकाल लेंगे सर वो तो रात का बात है but अभी तो we'll start. So the panel discussion for today is to kind of assess and analyze the future of classrooms, okay, and how can tech and also AI come into classrooms to make it more hands-on and practical. Right, so that's the topic of the day. So I would first want to pose this question: what measures can be taken to enhance the quality of technical education in India, particularly in terms of practical exposure and industry readiness? So I would start with Sehgal sir to answer this question.
Thank you, Nishant. Thank you, Bytexl. Your question is related to, you said, with reference to India. It's always a tough question, but at the same time it is easy, because especially when we call it India, it's the place where diversity is there. In the same classroom, the overall learning objective is same for all the students, all the learners. But at the same time, their learning capabilities are different. Their learning pace is different. And in a classroom, we have to maintain a balance. And especially this is only possible if we work what is the requirement for the next 3 years, 4 years when the student is going to pass out. And these requirements normally come from the corporate sector. And what we have seen in the last 5 years, especially post COVID and during the COVID, the usage of technology was there. These technologies have actually helped the teachers, the faculty members, but at the same time they have also helped the students also. Because their learning capability, pace, they all have changed. They were able to ask questions, they were able to analyze that. So in a way, this is what is the starting point. A lot more things we need to introduce into the system.
Thank you, sir. Santosh sir, your opinion on this, sir?
Very good evening to one and all, and first of all, thanks to the entire team of Bytexl for inviting for this such a wonderful panel discussion. Now, when we talk about the measures that needs to be taken at the academic level, we need to first of all analyze that what is the need of the hour, right? Because right now all the universities across the country and now outside the country as well, everybody is wanting to cater to the need of the industry, right? And every one of us sitting out here, they are very much well aware that all the students who are going to pass out every year, they are going to go and serve the society and the industry as a whole. So it becomes very imperative that exactly what are the needs of the industry, and based on that only, it is very important that the curriculum also keep on gets revised from time to time, so that we can accommodate the students as per the exact need of the industry. So first point is it is very important for us to understand that what is the need of the industry, and based on that we work out the necessary changes in the curriculum. Secondly, as we see that most of the students who are passing out every year, what is expected out of them is to work on a particular domain, right? And working on a particular domain will require a lot of applied skills, which in majority cases in Indian education system, it is lacking a lot. Because our education system is more on theoretical perspective and less on the applied learning, right? So now applied learning, it is very important that we identify that what are the real-time problem statements that are existing in the industry, and then whatever knowledge the students are gaining in the classroom, we also need to give them equal opportunity to apply those knowledge, right, on the real-time problems that are existing in the industry. So I feel that applied learning is one of the areas which is very, very important, which is currently lacking. And apart from that, everybody, we keep on talking about the practical and the application-based learning as well. So the practical exposure that the student needs to get, so that is very, very important. That can be incorporated either through internships or maybe projects or working on live projects that exist in the industry. So I think currently 3-4 areas are the ones which we need to cater at this point of time.
So, Ishan, I would like to add one more dimension to it. See, the way the country is growing, the way we are undergoing this demographic dividend phase, this becomes very, very important for not just for us, but for the entire nation to focus more on skilling, to focus more on, as he says rightly, the applied education, so that students really can get something which adds value to them, to the society, and to the nation as all. This is very, very important. So the government has come out with right kind of NEP, but now the big challenge is to implement that NEP in true sense, so that we really can impart practical applied education, what we call as PPBL, problem project-based learning. That becomes very, very important, and that is the way forward.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening to everyone. Before start the address on this topic, I want to start with a light note. When I was studying in engineering at that time, I was complaining to my teacher about the hostel food is not good, and teacher is saying that there is a breach between industry and academia. Now after 20 years, students is complaining me, okay, hostel food is not good, and I am saying there is a bridge, we have to do a bridge between industry and academia. So now platform is changed only. Now what is my thought behind ki after 20 years, still we are talking about this. There is a bridge and we have to do a bridge between industry and academia. It is very important, I understand, but in this advancement of the technology, now it is possible. Before 20 years, it is very difficult to bridge the gap. But now in this technological advancement, see, we have a rights to change the curriculum, upgradations every year. There is, before 20 years, there was no freedom. Now we have a freedom to change the curriculum. Lots of industry associations are there. And all the universities are doing efforts with the industry association program, Microsoft, SAP, Bytexl. So it is very important to bridge this gap. First is the industry inputs are very important. This is and second thing, after input, now say we are designing the curriculum, okay, on paper. But parallelly we have to think about the execution and delivery, there where we are lacking. And what is the problem? Our teacher and educator limitation. Because when we are doing the BOS for the updation of the curriculum, okay, we are talking so many things as per the industry need and we are putting onto the papers. But can we think about the execution and delivery? We didn't. And ultimately, this is not happening, whatever we are writing on paper as a curriculum as per the industry need. So we have to train our teachers. This is the first and important priority before we ask to the students. Now what happened currently, we are giving all the burden to the students. You have to do this, you have to prepare this, you have to learn this language, okay? And students are finding different ways to learn this thing because teachers are not capable and feasible to deliver them properly. So this is one important point, ki before going into the classroom or before going into the any technology domain, teacher must be, we can say, aware, and they must be a global certified with this particular technology. Then and then they can deliver into the classroom, and then they can guide to the students. And at the same time, we are talking about the practical exposure. Do we have enough infrastructures and enough software to execute this thing? So parallelly to this industry ready, we can say curriculum, we have enough infrastructures and we have enough software platform to, for example, we are talking about cloud computing. Okay, students should be aware about and must have some good grip in cloud computing. Do we have a private cloud in our university? Do we have a public cloud to access the students to do some practical into the university? So we need to think all the parameters, not only students, curriculum upgradation, how we have to deliver and execute. This is very, very important thing. Teachers training and upgradation, upskill is very, very important. And there may be, for example, NEP is a guideline for the students and university. Is there any guideline for the upskilling for the teacher? It must be. In university, we should frame, not by government, but we should frame such guideline for the upgradations of the teacher and upskill of the teachers for the betterment of the students.
Thank you, sir. Thanks to all of you for answering that question. I think that brings me to the question, as Vipul sir rightly pointed out. How can the curriculum of technical training institutes be updated to ensure that students are prepared for all the emerging technologies like ML, IoT, cybersecurity, etc., and also digital transformation, and in a way AI as well, AI to the curriculum? How is that? What's your opinion on that? I would pose this question to Ashok sir.
Things are being taken care of. See, the AICT, they have given clear guidelines, and they have even framed the model curriculum as well. The important thing here is the mindset. The industry thinks they have different kind of perceptions, and the academician's perception is different. Industry is looking for somebody who immediately can be deployed onto the project from day one. That is what is their demand or requirements. And being as academicians, we think in a very different fashion. We think they are looking for a product which can be used immediately, and we think that we are creating a product which has got a shelf life of 30 years, 40 years, or even beyond. So we want to stress more on fundamental foundations so that he really can pick up any technology at any point in time. That is what is our thought process. So of course, this is the bridge. And the way forward is a very strong foundation must be laid down, and at the same time, he must be given enough exposure of the emerging technologies, be it AI, ML, cyber security, DevOps, or any other thing, so that he really can immediately be productive from the industry point of view. And that what exactly could be the way forward, which is, win-win for everybody.
I would like to add what Professor has said, nowadays, especially we have seen in private universities and even in some of the good government universities, the concept of dynamic curriculum has been introduced. It is just the guidelines, because I know what in IITs and BITS, they just give a paragraph that for this particular course to be learned, this is what you as a faculty member, you have to teach. And then it is up to the faculty members, which tool, how he is going to depute it. Same way in private system also, there was a, way back around 10 years back, there was a concept of instructional plan. They call it, year-wise, that, this is what you have to teach, then it is divided into 2 semesters, and then for all 40 hours in a semester, this is hourly basis, one the faculty has to teach. That was the gap. The actual, the concept is, which some of the universities has introduced, is what is the need. And then the corporates also come into it. That model of whether you call it 8 to 4 or 9 to 5 of the university working hours. And when the industry people are there, we say, sir, he said, I'm ready to teach, but I can only come on weekends. And then we say our weekends, no, as a professor, Saturdays and Sundays are with us. So that type of, problem statement was there, where now the solutions has also come up. That concept of modular teaching, we said, okay, it is 5 days a week. Why can't we start with Tuesday to Saturday? And in some of the universities, we have seen this thing has been implemented, because that concept of, introducing industry experts into the system, so such type of models has been introduced. The hybrid way of learning is a mixed bag, especially in first and second year of the BTech programs, or even in undergraduate program is a big no. But when the students are mature enough, they know that what they are going to learn in the pre-final or final year. That is what we would like to add.
Thank you, sir. So on the same topic, I would like to ask Santosh sir, who's introduced a lot of industry embedded programs at Parul University. What's your take on this, and how do you think these programs are going and making the students equipped for the industry?
So in my opinion, now this curriculum upgradation has been a fancy word since a couple of decades, right? So when I joined the training and placement cell, I used to see that every time we used to woo the companies to come onto the campus saying that, okay, we are upgrading the curriculum, right? Every now and then, or maybe whatever permits as per the AICT norms and the university norms, right? But eventually what happens is, at the end, it just becomes a formality, right? Many a times. Because now when we talk about trending technologies of Industry 4.0, right? Now who is actually using these technologies? The industry, right? And the industry are the ones who are the first or the pioneers in introducing this technology, at the same time implementing these things for their clients, or maybe for their own solutions that they provide to their clients, right? Now, we need to understand one thing, that these trending technologies are being utilized and implemented by the company. So they are the people who needs to be brought into the academics. And many a times, maybe due to some of the other limitations, the industries don't have that much time, because they are basically profit center, right? So they don't have that much time to come and, let's say, give substantial contribution to the academics. So what we have done recently in the past 4 to 5 years is that we have started inviting company, provide our curriculum to them, right? And we tell them that, okay, 25% of the curriculum you design for our students. Now, what are the guidelines that we provide to them is, for example, if I talk about Microsoft, they are into cloud technology, right? Now, if I want to introduce a program on AI and ML in cloud technology, Microsoft is the best player in the market who knows the entire nitty-gritty about the technology, right? So, and secondly, as Vipul sir rightly mentioned, that we don't have faculty members who are trained on this. And now, if you see IT sector, the technology is changing every 6 months. I was recently with a meeting in one of the associations in Gujarat, which is the IT and Software Association. They say that now it is difficult for them to even forecast next year. They are not able to even plan for next year, because the technology is changing so frequently. So now if the technology is changing so frequently, you cannot expect your faculty members to change so fast, because the old faculty members who are already there, they will also take time to adapt to the technology, right? At the same time, so who are the people who will be best fit for this are the company people. So that is exactly what we did is, we invited company people, we gave 25% of our curriculum to them. They designed as per the need of the industry, and they incorporated as a part of the curriculum itself. Now the Microsoft program that we run has more than 10 global certifications throughout 4 years. Right? So the student starts learning from first semester itself, and by the time they come into the final year, they are already globally certified on 10 different certifications. Now the second point is, many times what happens is the students are in a confused mode, that how many certifications will they undergo? Because now a computer science or IT student will say, okay, there is one company who is coming and saying that, okay, I am certifying you in cybersecurity. Somebody would say, I will certify you on data science. Somebody on AI and ML. So at the end, what happens is the students, they are not in a position to spend that much amount to get all the certification. So in order to avoid the confusion in the minds of the students, what we did is that we introduced specialization in AI and ML, and we fixed the technology for the student. So that once the student enrolls for this particular program, he or she doesn't have to go to any other program for getting certifications. So if he is, let's say, taking a program on AI and ML, he becomes an expert taking certification from fundamental to the advanced level. Right? And that increases the employability of the student to a substantial level. Because now the company who wants to hire a candidate, they will not hire a candidate just by getting one certification, fundamental certification on AI and ML. Because they are expecting the student to work, right, and should be deployable right from day one, because they want to reduce their cost with these global certifications. So the student who takes up this particular program, he gets trained from fundamental to the advanced level in one particular domain itself. And that makes the student deployable at the company premise when he passes out in the final year. So I think it is important that whom you choose to upgrade your curriculum, rather than just keeping on upgrading your curriculum for the namesake, right, and introducing some or the other technologies, but at the end of the day, the students are not in a position to cater to the actual demand of the industry.
Got it, sir. My next question is to Vipul, sir.
Just 1 second. I can't agree more on this. This is very true. It's a fact. Just upgrading curriculum doesn't mean anything, because you can, copy paste curriculum even from Harvard or MIT or anywhere. It's a matter of just, couple of hours you can do from anywhere, from the best of this. It is the execution part. Who will deliver? Yeah. In what fashion the things will be delivered? Does it really adding value to the students, which ultimately adds value to the industry and society? So that is the key challenge. And that is where we need to bring in the external experts into the picture so that they really can impart the things. The most important things that he also pointed out the same, that this is the learnability. Are we preparing students in a fashion so that he becomes learnable? Can learn any technology at any point in time with minimal amount of time. That is what is required. Yeah. Because technology will keep on, upgrading every now and then. So if the foundation is laid down very, very strongly, he can pick up things very quickly. And that is what should be the purpose of education.
Got it. Yeah, I think one of our panelists also pointed out that the students who can get into that learning curve are the ones they prefer, one of our talent acquisition directors. So my question to Vipul sir, because he's mentioned about the faculty being ready to deliver these courses, right? So we have, most of us have gone through both BTech and MBA kind of a combination, including me. What we have observed is in MBA, there are a lot of case studies, there are a lot of educators who are coming directly from the industry as visiting faculty. Like there are certain electives like brand management, which was taught entirely by someone from the industry, the entire elective, right? So my question to Vipul sir is, given the importance of these advanced technologies like drone technology, AI, and all these technologies coming in, do you think you should introduce electives like this and bring faculty from external entity to teach that entire elective, probably?
Hello. The point about the upskilling the faculty in different vertical. Now the question for the students and for the faculties, what is their level? Now see, for example, I am learning one subjects where I am lacking and where I don't know without assessment. Same teacher and students are understanding that I am the best in this subject, because they didn't go through assessment of anything. So for the assessment and for the exposure, in drone technology, in agriculture technology, or in a different global certification, we should plan a center of excellence at university, at institutions level with the collaboration with the industry. And also government policy should support this. And recently, we established the Center of Excellence with the NSDC. I think everyone aware about the National Skill Development Cooperation. They support the infrastructure as well as the in other things for the Center of Excellence. And they provided the different global certification in different technologies to the students in a very nominal rates. Because global certificates and rates are very high in a market, it vary from $150 to the $1,500. So we should think in such a way that to establishing such center of excellence, give exposure to the students as well as to the faculty members, upskill them with the industry support, and this knowledge and this certification can be utilized for the placements and we can say place into the industry. Second point I want to, particularly for the industry people, always we are taking the input from the all industry for the recent development and what they require. Now also we want your support in academic to deliver some 25%, 30% content which is very important for the any subjects. Always we are talking about project-based learning, we are talking about participation learning, we are talking about the, we can say, problem solving. Now, since last semester in our curriculum, we put as a full-time internship in an industry. Now, question for the academic, is it possible to get the students internship, means all the students will get the internship into the industry? They are not getting. This is the real fact. Okay, and instead of that, only 10 or 20% students are getting. Reason may be anything. Now there is a, we can say, not feasibility of the industry. There is a, we can say, manpower shortage in industry to guide our students. So if we are receiving input from the industry and what we are aligning the curriculum as per industry, also we need support from the industry in terms of the internship, in terms of the project-based learning. If we put a internship full-time at the 8th semester, students will not get. What is the purpose and objective? Students will go for 6 months in industry. They will do real live project into the industry and then we will assess them. But currently it is the biggest challenge for us. So I request industry people what we can think into that and how we can, so this is one solution ki you establish center of excellence at our university if it could not possible at your company to accommodate all the people. So you can train here, you can assess here, and you can assign some live project using this center of excellence.
Thank you, sir. The valuable insights. So my next question, as Vipul sir shortly mentioned about the assessments of both students and faculty both. So my question to Sehgal sir is, how can technical assessments be designed to effectively measure students' problem solving, critical thinking, and practical application skills? More than the depth of knowledge in concepts, right? The more practical skills.
Absolutely, that is the most important thing. And there, these lot of, nowadays the decisions are taken based upon data. Whether now the faculties have to decide, because the placement teams always give us good students who are good in coding, give us the students who are good in logical skills. So the need of a good assessment tool is there. And there I think these AIs and predictive analytic tools are going to help us. There was a time when we used to say, it is the evaluation need not be a negative evaluation, it should be a positive evaluation. Now it is the need to have a smart and intelligent assessment tool. Why I'm calling it smart as well as intelligent? Because it is the different companies have different requirements. Broadly, we can say that we are looking for, good coders for the development part, but at the same time, now the industries are also looking for a good entrepreneurial mindset. Because even to get that, there need to be an assessment. And such type of tools need to be planned, and there are institutions who have adopted this, because this is the next way where the industries as well as academia is working out.
Right, sir. Just as a follow-up to that question to Santosh sir. Yeah, sure.
So in the morning, like Kelari Foundations, Kelari Venture Capitals, he showed very interesting thing, assessment of learning. This is what we do. And it should be assessment for learning so that we really can facilitate learning. That should be the purpose of assessment. And I believe that more and more we get into this, we really can get a lot of help from AI, generative AI kind of tools, which really can help us designing right kind of assessments. That could be personalized one, so that each individual student can get an assessment which suits him or her, like kind of depending on what kind of, at which level he or she is. So that way we really can help learning in a better manner, in a better sense, that adds value also. During the period of entire duration, the focus should be more and more on, rather than the summative assessment, it should be formative. This is one. Secondly, the practical aspects should be assessed more with utmost sincerity. Whenever we say that we are implementing PPBL, the problem project based learning kind of things, the assessment becomes a challenge. It becomes a challenge. So probably a Nimbus kind of right kind of tool, because for any faculty member, it becomes almost impossible to assess in the right manner. So these kind of tools, if they have got right kind of things in place, they can help us a lot in assessing the candidates, which becomes assessment for learning. That's what my.
Yes, sir. So our objective with Nimbus is also the same, in order to enable the students to do projects on the go, and also us and the faculty evaluating them in the right way. So just a follow-up question on the assessments to Santosh sir. Sir, you've been conducting a lot of drives over the years, the campus drives, etc. And we have a good number of corporate talent acquisition directors who are here. So what's your take on the kind of assessments they are doing for these drives, and also how can the college assessments kind of match those kind of assessments to make it more, to bridge that gap?
See, every time I say one thing in all the forums, it's like an engineering student spending 4 years studying 50 plus subjects, right? And at the end, there are companies or maybe organizations like NASCOM who will come and say that 85% of the engineers are not employable, right? So assessment is definitely one of the most important element in the entire teaching learning process. Now, whatever classes you conduct on a daily basis, the teacher or the faculty member will go and deliver, right? But how much is the student able to grasp out of it? What is the level of learning that the student is undergoing? That is basically or mainly measured by assessment, right? But unfortunately, many of the universities, it's like assessment just becomes a mere, let's say, way of giving marks, right? And at the end, what happens is, I see every time, notice every time that most of the students who are scoring high grades, right, in engineering or any particular program, they are the ones who get placed late, right? And the people who are, let's say, scoring above average, above 60%, let's say around 70, 75% throughout, they are the people who get selected first, right? Because they are good at everything. Whereas the people who are scoring 90%, 95%, they are just learning to prove themselves in the assessment, right? At the end, they score marks, but then the level of learning, the knowledge that they gain is very less as compared to the other maybe mediocre students as well. So assessment is basically, as I said, that we are catering to the society and the industry as a whole, right? So it is very important that what is the requirement of the society and the industry, and your assessment has to be based on that. So as I said, that application-based learning is very, very important. So knowledge without implementation is a waste, right? Or knowledge without application is waste. I might be a knowledgeable person, but if I'm not implementing my knowledge for the benefit of the overall good of the society or the country, it doesn't make any sense, right? So the assessment has to be in a way that which will actually force the students to think critically, right? So critical thinking is very, very important. Now, if you see the companies who are coming onto the campus and who are offering high packages, they never go on the theoretical aspect of the things that the students have learned. They directly pose, let's say, the real-time problems to the students, and they want to check that what is the logic that the students are applying to solve that particular problem. It doesn't matter if the student is able to solve that problem or not, but the more important part is what is the effort and what is the logic that the student is able to apply to solve that particular thing, right? And that is what the industry is looking out for. So overall, our assessment should not be theoretical at all, right? So as AI comes into play, right? So all the mundane tasks which are there, that can be taken care by AI. But the critical thinking part, the logical building part, that has to be a part of our assessments, right? So you should force, or the assessments should make the students motivate and force to think out of the box and think differently. So definitely assessment plays a very, very important role, and I think there is a hell lot of way to go in terms of improvising on our assessment part, and technology can play a major role in doing so.
Sir, one question to Vipul sir and Ashok sir, who are in the core of academics in their college respective universities. So we were talking about a lot about AI today in the conference today. So how do you think AI tools can be effectively integrated into the college education, especially the classroom? And as also Santosh sir mentioned, how can it make it easy for students to get the actual business logic right rather than many other things?
So we are talking about AI in education since morning, and again we can say same thought I am sharing with you. So AI might be an assistant, or we can say it's a supplements to the students for learning new things, or already they are learning into the classroom, and we can't replace the human being by AI. This is the things. Now the important thing, using AI in education is very, very important, and students and faculty must do this. But now the using this ChatGPT and AI tool, now the thing is that people are not looking to the answer ki what AI has given the answer. They are not making them understand. This is the, now see, when I ask any question to the ChatGPT, and they given a 7 to 8 sentence answer, I am not looking. I understand that 100% it is right. And it is right, okay, but what you understand as a assistance you used and given by the ChatGPT. This is the biggest problem with the students as well as the teacher. So what is my opinion? If you use any AI tool, it must be, but you should make understand what they given. It is very important. Now see, so many students ask for some coding, we can say logic, or we can say coding platform, please give me this code line for this problem statement. Now what students are going to do, whatever the ChatGPT has given the answer, simply they copy paste, and they are giving answer to the faculties, or they are giving, we can say assessment. In assessment they are writing directly into they are not making them understand. So this is one supplement, and this is one assistant to the students as well as teacher, to use this as a supplements, and you can make them understand. And after that, so many times I am using ChatGPT and AI tool, so many times correction is also required. 100% what we are getting always and what we expected, it is not coming. But what we understood, ChatGPT is right, I am recorrecting my knowledge. What I have using ChatGPT, I am recorrecting. It's not a good thing. What you have, please you can recorrect what ChatGPT has given, and then this is, we can say, mix things, whatever you we can say return the assistance or return the answer from the ChatGPT, and then you can utilize for your knowledge and for the delivery purpose.
Thank you, sir. Ashok sir, your opinion.
See, AI can be integrated into education in multiple domains at multiple levels in multiple ways. One is what kind of AI content should be part of curriculum. So the way, like we consider physics, chemistry, maths to be, the basic sciences. We consider few of the computer science subjects as the core computer science subjects. and few subjects of engineering as the core engineering subjects, which everybody must understand. So in the similar fashion, I believe that AI analytics the time has come that it should be considered as core, irrespective of whatever is the stream or whatever is the domain, whether he could be a law student, biotech student, or an engineering student, everybody must learn AI, because this has become, an essential component of all education, basic engineering education or basic education. This is one. Secondly, it should be used for more and more personalized education. Like just to say an example, AI can really be helpful in analyzing a whole lot of data points that we collect over the year, and based on that, personalized assignments can be given to students, can be assessed automatically. Otherwise, it becomes so difficult, and that's, a lot of errors could be there. So many of the things could be automated with the help of AI, which makes a lot of sense for each individual and for the entire education fraternity. Thirdly, more than AI, it is more important for everybody to understand how to make use of AI tools and technologies for any common man, and equally applicable to all students. So using ChatGPT is important. To what extent you really can use it effectively, that makes a lot of sense. Prompt engineering is not something which we call as engineering, it is common sense. So everybody must know how we really can use prompt engineering to get, kind of help which helps improving my overall learning. And that should be the objective at every level, because see, the entire things are being governed by data. So if we really put AI into administration, we really put AI into assessment and evaluation, that makes a whole lot of sense. So the different universities, depending on what kind of uses they wanna make use of AI into, the different use cases can be evolved. One of the use case that I personally am interested in, because being a large university of 20,000, like every year 2, 3, 4 students, they commit suicide. So if we really can figure out that pattern, because there is a pattern, the students remain absent for a few days, his behavior changes. If we really can track those data points and can work on that, that makes a lot of sense. So there could be many different use cases wherein we can employ or deploy this AI.
Thank you, sir. Thanks to all the panelists for your valuable answers. I would open it up to the audience for any questions. I know we are at the fag end of our conference.
I think today
start
was,
the cocktail dinner.
we are having the last lecture, so that's the reason there was no questions.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Someone pass on the mic.
Yes.
How can teachers, the classroom, help us be more human and make what makes me special versus someone else? How can we help our curriculums actually bring up that differentiator? Because that's, in the end, maybe what is going to make me stand out in the workplace, to identify what makes me me versus my neighbor, assuming that all of us have studied the same thing and AI is available to all of us. Is there some way we can do that?
So simple as everybody is using AI, so everybody's thought process, everybody's, the way of looking at the things is more or less same. So if you look into the AI, response and try to answer things in a different manner, that creates the differentiators. So how not to use AI is the differentiator.
I would like to add what Professor has said. It is just take the things in a simple way, like we are having calculators. if my son or daughter who is in school and especially in the primary class, and he or she is doing mathematics, the addition and subtractions, we always say don't use calculators because we want the mind to be developed in that way. So in a similar case, we allow the scientific calculators when they do multiple or a difficult problem statements. The same way is the AI. The problem as well as the solution lies with the academicians and the educators. If we ask the questions like what, when, how, so whether the person used AI or whether the person do not use, the outcome is going to be more on the lower level of, in the academic community, we call it the Bloom's taxonomy. But if we put the question in a difficult, as there are certain words we call it, to check the creativity of a person or the critical thinking, then let the person use AI, chat GPT, the outcome is not going to be same. We can test such type of questions by putting the things on the chat GPT. Every time it's either going to say the chat GPT is not able to give the precise answer, or the answer is going to be in a different way one can interpret accordingly. So that can be one of the
Hello. Second thing, how we can differentiate. Now see, this recently we introduced about the Nimbus. So some LMS tools are available where we can set our expectation, not ChatGPT given the answer. So now every Saturday, Sunday we are giving coding challenge to the students. Now it is open to all. Okay, but ChatGPT answer will be not acceptable in this Nimbus or in this coding platform because we set our expectation. So they learn from ChatGPT, then recorrect, apply their mind, and then write their code, self-code, into this type of LMS platform, and then we can evaluate and we can differentiate the people. This is so many things we can apply. This is one technique to set our expectation and evaluate our level.
So I'll just like to add something to this interesting question. So I would like to start with, like, there is a lot of wrong notion regarding AI, right? Because everybody talks about, okay, it's an artificial intelligence, it's going to take away a lot of jobs, and it's, let's say, everything is going to go online, right? What the teachers are going to do if every student is going to be online. But actually it is nothing of that sort, to be very frank. So as you said, the human thing, right? So the human thing is going nowhere, right? It is still there. But the only difference is where AI plays a role is that it overall increases the efficiency of a teacher, right? In a way, like whatever the mundane tasks were there previously, we don't want the teacher and the student to unnecessarily waste a lot of time on those mundane tasks or the tasks which are repetitive in nature, right? The teacher's role is more of, let's say, mentoring, guiding, and training the student and making the student learn how to learn, right? So the important point out here is when we talk about AI, not everything goes online. Not everything goes maybe off the class. It's like there is a concept called flipped classroom, right? So wherever you feel like coding is something wherein the student will be required to work on real-time problem statements. So there, the permutation combination is required, which a faculty might not be in a position to do it efficiently. So those tasks are kept aside for AI, right? But wherever the human intervention is required, that is where the role of the teacher comes into play. So not all classes has to go online. There has to be a combination of offline and online classes both. And the online thing should be given to AI in a way that whatever the task can be done better by AI, it has to be given to AI itself. And whatever task is better done by humans, it has to be done by the teachers itself. Yeah, that's what. So this is a very important point that all the faculty members and the universities need to understand. It has to be a balance of both the things. It is nothing like absolutely you have to depend on AI or absolutely it has to be a physical classroom kind of session. We have to take the, let's say, best of both the sides. And that is what is going to create a better classroom.
We'll take one last question for the sake of time. Yeah.
So probably, is it audible? So probably this is a very long story, and probably I need a ChatGPT prompt to figure out 3 questions out of it. This is where mostly I use for this purpose also. trust me, when I note down the MOMs, I make use of give me 5 points out of these MOM which are actionable items. So similarly, I'll try to answer a couple of questions there. Few years back, Sachin Tendulkar's 100 was the maximum. Then double century, triple century, 4 centuries. So it's a human race. We really don't know what is the maximum. And that is the way things are evolving, and the students, faculty has to evolve. So I suppose that answers your first question. So the teachers have to be, because we are at a stage wherein we find it difficult to cope up with these technological changes. It is our responsibility to formulate the problem statements such that he really cannot figure it out from ChatGPT. But it takes a whole lot of efforts at our end. And that is the challenge. So we must be ready to put in additional efforts so that we really can give such problems which needs efforts from his end. He really cannot figure out a ready-made solution from ChatGPT or from any other place. This is one. Secondly, like when you say that our expectations are the the industry's expectations, so it's always a demand-supply game. This is how the world is working. There are only two philosophies: demand-supply and theory of constraint. So within the given constraint, he has to perform and as per the need of the industry, because ultimately it is our job. It is our job to, whatever we do for the industry, for the nation, for the society, we need to prepare the next generation in such a fashion so that they can take on the challenges of the world. And I don't think there is any other way out.
So I'll put it this way, it's like the only thing constant in the world is change, right? If we all are made to do the same thing every day, right, eventually we might get bored, right? And then we might try to think of doing something new, right? So the basic, let's say, virtue of human beings is, it's like you keep on upgrading yourself every day, right? Because that is what keeps us motivating us to live also. Otherwise, what is the meaning of living as well, right? I'm going to the very fundamental thing of life, right? Because so it's like every day improvement is required. Now, as you said, this is not a problem. Why are you looking at it as a problem? It is actually an opportunity. Now, the choice is at the student's end, whether they want to do it or not. Not all the students are scoring 90%. Even not in your time, not in this time, and not in any time in future as well, right? So everybody has different potential, but that doesn't mean that if a student is not doing all the things that you are offering to him, that means he or she is not good enough, right? So every individual's perception is different, thought process is different. What we are trying to do in this current education system is, we want to provide them anything and everything, and the student should be in a position to choose, okay, what is to their interest, right? With so many specializations in computer science itself, for example, right? Now, previously there was only one branch, that is computer science engineering. Now we have almost 16 specializations in computer science engineering itself. So is it good or bad? Is it good? Because it is good, because if a student wants to learn only cyber security, he should go and choose only cyber security. He doesn't need to go and choose 10 different technologies and go and study that, right? And second thing, as you said, that if the student is becoming more smarter with AI, there is nothing wrong that I see into it, right? If I was walking in my childhood, if I was walking 5 kilometers to my school, now I have a motorbike, it is not a problem. It is a good thing, right? But whatever time is being saved due to AI or other technology, whether I'm utilizing that time effectively or not, that is where the role of a teacher comes into play. Many times I see that universities have not refined that thought process. See, higher education is not a school. We need to understand this fact. Many times what happens is we make it mandatory for the student to sit for, let's say, 6 hours and 7 hours, right? We ensure that all the teachers who are coming and taking the class, 100% attendance has to be there, right? But it is not required. Because these guys are above 18 years of age, right? They are undergoing their graduation and post-graduation. So we need to make them free enough or maybe capable enough to take a decision on their own. At the same time, critical thinking and communication skills and a lot of other skill sets, that is what we want to develop among the students, right? So the perception that we have, there is a change that is required in the perception and not the things that are existing. Right? So these technologies will keep on coming. You can imagine what is the problem that the IT companies might be facing at this point of time. Right? Suddenly you are investing, let's say 100 crores in some technology, and one fine day after 2 years or maybe 1 year, before you get the return on investment that you have done, there is some new technology which entered into the market. Now what about the investment that you have already done on a particular technology? Simple example, for example, now electric vehicles are there, right? Suddenly one fine day hydrogen technology comes into play, right? So what about the investment that has gone into electrical vehicles and everything? But still it will keep on going because upgradation is the key. It will keep on happening. So as a faculty in higher education, the role is more on mentoring the students rather than teaching the students, right? That is what we need to understand. So students should be made to, or let's say facilitate to take right decisions. And for that, you need to spend more time on each and every student, right? Identify their strengths and weaknesses, and then guide them that which technology he or she needs to focus on, or maybe what career prospects they need to go ahead with. Now, if you see in the current scenario as well, I'll just take one more minute. The students are confused because they don't have proper guidance. It's not because there are so many technologies coming into play, they are getting confused. It is because if there are 100 technology, he's still unsure which technology should I choose. Because there is nobody who can guide him properly that, okay, you have this skill sets, your strength area is this, so you should go into this particular area. Now, if you see after 12th, the student who comes for admission, nobody is very clear whether they want to go for engineering or medical or maybe some other program, right? Graduation. So they might depend on the parents' capability to pay the fees. They might see that, okay, where the placements are good, the college is good in which particular area where they can get some lucrative packages. They are never thinking about learning, right? So this mentoring which is there, that is going to play a major role. And for that, the faculty members also need to change their perception regarding the existing trend that happens that is existing in the market.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks to all the panelists for giving us your time and also your valuable insights. And we would move on to the next one, and we'll end it with the same quotation we started. Since we have discussed about the future of classrooms, I would say, "Abhi nahi to kabhi nahi." The same quote which you want to end. Thank you so much, everyone.
Hello. Thank you so much, everyone, for this informative panel discussion. Now I would like to call upon the stage Mr. Karthik Divi and Mr. Karun to show a Nimbus in real time.
Hello. We won't take too long, just less than 5 minutes to show Nimbus in live. So what we thought was, so Karthik is going to take up this challenge to show us in live environment. So basically, he's going to create this checklist of all the things that we have done today, and try to see if we can just do it in less than 5 minutes time. So the idea is like what we are trying to do, right? Like if someone, a developer like Karthik can do it in like 5 minutes, at least we'll be able to teach the student in less than 5 months time, within the semester time, like how to really code in a real-time environment. So we are going to take the complex one, maybe the modern technologies, where a lot of companies, product-based companies are coming, and see how quickly we can write some code and put it in a real-time environment.
Yeah, a lot of pressure on me to do it in 5 minutes, but I'll try to stick to that timelines. So as Karun and Charan earlier summarized about the Nimbus, so we have ton of stack here. We are trying to build a quick, checklist application that happened today. So for that, in real time, we probably need a database and a backend layer, which basically build APIs on top of the database. And we need the front-end layer, which actually talk to the backend to showcase for the end users, right? So a lot of stuff need to be done. So if you throw this into a real lab environment, probably it will take, let's say if you're talking the students in perspective, it will take a couple of days to figure that out. So here with the Nimbus, so I'm picking the MERN stack for this use case. So I'll call it, today's checklist. So I say launch. So now in the backend, what's happening is like we are doing all the work of creating MongoDB as a database, Express as a backend server, and then we have the node and also the React application on the front end, which actually does talk to the backend and then render all of this. So as while I was talking, all of that is kind of done. Sorry for the resolution, but so pretty much all the stack is stitched up now. So me as a student, all I need to do is like just install the dependencies. It will take like maybe 5 to 10 seconds, and then start my application once that is done. And that I'm doing in the crazy Novotel Wi-Fi, so it's happening. So a lot of dependencies, probably close to 50 MB are getting downloaded now, and then I'm starting my application. So once my application is started, I'm just refreshing my browser, and here my sample to-do application is there. So maybe I'll just try to rename it. So and just to show you how real time it is and how easy it is. So I'm trying to explore my client, which is my React front-end application. Going to my my to-do app. So let's say I'm finding it difficult to which file is hosting this my to-dos as a Word. So I did a search here, and I was able to figure out into that file. So I'll say that, Bytexl checklist. I save it, and we can see it is in real time. So this app is actually live now. So what I'll do is, again, I might crash doing this, but let's give it a try. So what I'll do is like I'll host this application, and just to reach to your phones or whatever the devices, I'm hosting it as a QR code. Try to scan it and then see if the application is live. Let me try first. Yeah, at least I'm nearby. I was able to scan it. So if you see, we are landing into an app, basically a to-do app, and maybe somebody try adding something. So if I refresh here, that should all be coming in here. It's all real time sitting in the database. So I'll keep refreshing it here if somebody is adding something. So in my mobile phone, I'll try to add something. So takeaway is, I think, educator gap that we want to bridge or something like that on the new skills. So I've added it on my mobile phone, and I'm kind of refreshing it here. There are a bunch of stuff coming in. All right, so there are a lot of stuff. Raj and Vaibhav, I don't know if they're testing it, okay? Bytexl probably testing it, so educator skill gap, that what I have added. So if you see, what we are trying to say is like building an app, right? So a full-blown enterprise application with back-end, front-end database. When we are teaching it, the core idea of us is basically teaching the business logic for the student first, and then figure out all the installations and setup later, right? So, and as we progress, and all of these things are basically not necessary. Like we still trying to learn a car with gears, right? No more required. So similarly, what we are trying to do is like bridge that gap, pull all of that, heavy lift all of that. So student actually in the place where he just writes the code, right? Build the applications and build the business logic. All right, thanks. Any questions? I don't know if it was 5 minutes or not, but you were able to pull it off. So Sharon was asking like, you said there is MongoDB in the backend, just show me that. So we can see there, so there is a MongoDB here. I was trying to query that, and we can see all of our records are here with the to-dos that are getting into the database. Oh yeah. So again, in some of the places, like we started adding the AI here so that we can actually start asking the questions in the context of the place that where I am coding in. So it kind of helps as well. Cool. Thank you. So I'll be sitting there. So if you have any questions, want to interact, you can always come and then I'll happy to show more.
Thank you, Karthik. Hello, hello. Yeah. Showing this one, so the onus is on Bytexl now. How do we show this in, like, how to build a profile of the students, right? Like, it's just a demonstration of how the lab can be improved in every colleges. And now it is up to, like, even creating the profile of this student so that we can showcase to the world, and especially to the corporates, maybe like Sumit was mentioning, how do you filter from 20 million people to 100 people? I think this is the way we want to go. Thank you, everyone.
This Nimbus is going to be an independent entity, or is it going to be a part of the Bytexl? So the subsequent question which I'm going to ask is, are you planning to go for as a B2C model, or it is still going to be?
We will remain B2B, no plans of going B2C at least for the next forcing future. I have Sampath here. So yeah, the idea is like focus on B2B and keep expanding before we go, like even think about B2B2C. There's a lot of opportunity here. And the other question is, it is part of Bytexl. We just rebranded it or maybe other logo, but it is part of Bytexl.
Thank you so much, sir. Moving forward, we have a special guest, Mr. Venkatesh Balasubramaniam, Senior Director Product Design at New Relic. Firstly, thank you for waiting patiently since morning. He's a visionary leader in the field of design and user experience. With extensive experience in creating intuitive and impactful digital experiences, Venkatesh has shaped design strategies for organizations such as Freshworks, Infosys, and New Relic. His innovative approach and dedication to excellence have significantly enhanced user experiences, driving customer satisfaction and engagement. A notable example of his work includes his contribution to Freshdesk's product journey growth from $35 million to $135 million. Under his leadership, design teams continue to push the boundaries of creativity and functionality, ensuring their products remain at the forefront of the technology industry. He is also a co-founder and mentor at Claypot Design, where he builds a design community and coaches early-stage designers, product managers, and engineers aspiring to switch their career to design. I would like to call upon Mr. Satish to give a token of welcome to Mr. Venkatesh.
Now? No? Yes, okay, thank you. Okay, from morning we had a very long conversation. AI, yes, no. Emotionally we are really debating on do I need to really go with it, or we need to be very conscious about it. How many of you are really comfortable emotionally enabling AI into the educational systems? And yeah, it looks like 50-50. All right. Any one thought why AI shouldn't be or should be very conscious about? People who will not raise the answer. Any one audience, can you share a thought? Okay. I take it and I'll respond to that question as myself. Okay. Myself, Venkatesh, and people call me Venki, and I'm a senior director in New Relic. New Relic is a software platform for application performance monitoring tool. I'm also an artist. Originally, I studied a bachelor and master in painting. And then I learned the software tools, and I became a graphic designer and web designer. Infosys gave me a big stability in terms of traveling and learning different cultures and different projects through different experiences. And then I become a full leader into product space. So I have 2 decades of experience of both service industry and product industries. So it's a fusion of where I am now is like from a very long journey of being an artist, started earning for painting, and then that became a part-time, and my professional become changed as a product designer, right? I'm also a clay pot entrepreneur where the Series A funded companies looking for design services, I support there. Just to enable them as an early venture into it, right? Okay, so today we are going to look at empowering the future of technology and design. So this is the first time I think you are going to hear about someone presenting on design into this edtech space of people here from the morning, right? So I've been taking notes from the morning, and I'm changing my slides very often in the lunch break. Then I left it, okay, let me address all of these discussions in the summary of these presentations, right? So today we are going to look at the discussion and exciting transformative of Gen AI and how New Relic has also adapted that. We will explore that as we go forward. Yeah. So a little bit about New Relic, because the hosting people are asked me to share this also as a software company, what is the product is about. So this is a product is about for the DevOps teams and the tech people who are really wanted to track their software's performance, right? And later it became very famous, and a lot of companies started adapting, and it grown in a very big space of observability and application performance monitoring. So Karun was mentioning that yesterday there was an incident of Microsoft outage, and we are clearly coming into that space where it will not stop that outage, because yesterday's outage is more about a cybersecurity software patch ran, and then it impacted the boarding systems, and that's why the cause of the outage in the healthcare and airports and more government official applications, right? So that was that. But if that incident has to be manually identified by the IT teams, it will take a lot of time and effort, whereas New Relic is going to give you an analysis and understanding the anomalies to give the report and insights of where the incident happened, and it can really help to fix it faster for the IT teams, right? That's where New Relic product comes in place. So New Relic has 3 product major line. One is like one platform. I can give you a demo of that if you are interested, just 30 to 1 minutes of product. Distributed tracings and AI ops, these are the 3 major products we have, and each plays in a very different aspects of finding the data and insights, right? Yeah. One sec, can you play that link? Yeah. No, down there is a link. Yeah. Yeah. Can you play that video?
identify issues before customers see them, understand the root cause, and simplify the engineering process. That's where New Relic comes in. It's the only platform where you can process all your telemetry and monitor all metrics, events, logs, and traces in one place. And see this? All your workflows are in one view, so you can stay in your flow. Do a deep dive into your cloud and infrastructure and services in a click. Check it out. AI-enabled intelligence detects anomalies instantly with views of all your errors in one inbox. And get views of your upstream and downstream dependencies to find and quickly fix problems. And with New Relic, your entire team gets the same view of your entire stack. That's all your data, services, databases, queues, and clusters in one place. No more silos. Just one fully integrated New Relic platform. You can even manage pull requests directly in your IDE, create a ticket in Jira, and collaborate on the fly. And talk about scale. With New Relic, you go from a single service to your team stack to the entire organization with one tool. That's all entities, all data, all teams, all in context for one price per user and 100 gigabytes of free data ingest per month, forever. And you can even instrument everything in one place in a snap with quick start integrations. No wonder the world's best engineering teams depend on New Relic. It's time for more data with less opinions. Install New Relic now for free. The all-in-one data platform for data-driven engineers.
So that's a very high level of New Relic as a product line. The reason I was showing that is like the AI is being implemented here heavily on the user behavioral patterns and many of the other aspects. For example, the designers need to understand how the system interaction is being made by the users, right? So we have to undergo a lot of user research with the customers to find the data and then correlate in Excel spreadsheets and then create the pattern, and then we go to the product for building that experiences, right? Whereas the AI is giving us directly the insights of onboarding experience for a particular features, or any feature is being mostly used, and it also helps us to tailor the whole of the product experience, right? So AI comes in a very big handy here. So moving on. What is product design? No, that's like, yeah. So a lot of people think product is more of building a horse, okay? This is a famous memes you can find in the LinkedIn, and the designers spend longer time along with the engineers and products to create the requirements as a horse, right? And everyone thinks that the horse is made of all of these startup idea, where it is a realistic of the horse itself. Whereas when it goes to the build stage, where engineers is going to say that, hey, we may not able to build all of these things, it's going to chop down of the requirement, and it is getting cut down from the realistic to a bit of a middleware. And then the product launch is more of how ChatGPT, if go and type, create a horse, then it creates with a line. And then you have to prompt saying that, no, I wanted a Rembrandt like a picture where it is muscular and brownish and muscle, then it creates, right? So it's a bit of a different combination of all of these things as a product building, but the experience part is very, very different. Experience is more about how you're riding the horse, the wind blow on your face, you fall down, you hurt yourself, and there's a bleed, and then you are having a joy of going high and low. So all of this comes together as an experience, right? So this is getting missed out. The reason I'm bringing this up is like, we are talking about from the morning about the training process for the students, how we need to enable AI into the system, right? But what we are trying to miss out there is like how we need to bring empathetic to all of this process of building products. What are the different learnings they have to come, which is more of soft skills, right? So we are not going to be considering all of these factors. We are worried about academics, getting pass mark of 70% and many things, but the real aspects of coming into a productions of a live environment where you are building a product is about analytical thinking, risk management, and other skills which is cannot be evaluated through a systems, right? And someone in the morning also talked about like a hiring process where tools are really helping. But really in pandemic, after that, what happened is like the generative AI tools which came as a HRMS space where the tool is created a framework, every resume is getting rejected. Okay, including mine. I was affected by jobs and I was looking at, but why it is getting affected, then I did a research and found out that the template they injected, the criteria for evaluating the resumes is completely set by the hiring managers and the TA teams. And the system is going through that parameters and then rejecting it. But for a product design roles or engineering roles, we have to have a specific criteria also like, is this person worked on a B2B SaaS product lines? There are other parameters which it is not set as a criteria into the systems, right? So the tools which is emerging and then this legacy system of approach we had it for filtering criteria has to merge, and that has to come onboarding with the tools where hiring managers and TAs has to come together to work on that to set up, right? So this is a very huge gap actually. So, and in fact, this happens in New Relic also, like we had like 700 resumes in the systems, but TA has processed only 20 to me as a filtered criteria. It was a huge dropout, right? Like what is going on there? So is it a JD is not right? Is it a filtering person, the criteria of by the TA is not right, or they didn't understand that whole of these things, right? So I think somewhere in the process of AI coming into the, emerging into the product's experience, and then the, what values we were evaluating so far is not really converting into this. This also goes to the learning process. Okay, from morning, the keywords which I was hearing from all of their talk is like fear, hiring 10 years from now, privacy and security, design thinking, problem solving, learning academically through a system process, so many things as a keywords, right? But all of these things is converging into an experience where this has to be brought in classrooms where you are creating the talents and workforce. We are a consumer of the talents, and we are bridging between these two things as some framework of analyzing based on domain. Now, if I'm going to hire for a New Relic or a Claypot design, there are two parameters between these two things. Claypot Design Academy is more of design services, where I look for a creative assessment and people spent experience in project of B2C and more of Uber-like kind of a projects. Whereas for a New Relic, I'll be evaluating the same designer with the capacity of enterprise applications, work on a larger systems, right? So these are the two different parameters. So how these systems and the learning process is going to give, I'm just provoking a thought here. You also need to consider the same thing for the engineers and the other product designers or product talents also. Moving on. Yeah, so this is one of the systems, like the examples of the New Relic, how the application is built, and these are the three parameters, like the code generations. Sorry, one sec. Design enhancement and predictive analytics, right? Someone has talked about predictive analysis for learning process and assessment. So this is all some of the things which we also consider for the applications building experiences. Now here we heavily use the AI interface where there is an error or there is some input from the users to the systems, and AI is going to give a guidance and creating a reports. That's an example here I showcased. Yeah, next one is the examples from how this is also helping to bring a very cohesive experience in our day in, day out, right? Whatever we spoke from the morning, Siri is listening to your application, like voice, right? Now, if you open your Instagram, there is a feed which is talking about AI. Heavily, everyone's feed will be AI. Now, then tomorrow you are saying too much of AI, I'm in Goa, I'm going to chill, where I'll get a Corona beer or whatever that, right? Then that feed is going to change. Because now the input we are feeding into the system is changed from more text to voice, and it is also changing from voice to also more simulations experiences, right? So e-commerce has benefited a lot from this, and it increased collaborations where you are now collaborating with your documents and shared with a over a Zoom call, decision made. So the tools really empowered through this evolution of technology where collaboration is made easy, remote working model come to picture, and so many advantages happen, right? And also personalizations. Now, for the past 1 week, I've been into the interior design and renovation of my home. My feed is completely on that. But it is also useful for getting that also because I'm getting the content what I want. The wiring structure I need to change. I was having a discussion with my architect, and my feed is suddenly giving me the vendors who's giving those services, which is also good. So it has both pros and cons from the standpoint of this technology, but it also improves our productivity and efficiency. And this is one example where we can do a lot more from our personalized experience. Moving on. This is one of the, so I belong to the product design function where AI is also helping a lot in terms of removing some of the daily routines, right? For example, now teachers has to do corrections of the papers every day, every quarter or exams based, right? Now, there are tools which is coming up now, uploading these answer sheets, which is going to evaluate and give the marks for that, which is reducing some of the teachers' effort. It doesn't mean the teachers are going to lose the job, but their productivity will be more on something else. Now, they also face a challenge from the students that question papers they have to set up every quarter. It is a challenge to set different questions. Right now, ChatGPT or these AI platforms helping them to set very different papers and uniques based on the curriculums, which is also an advantage for the teachers and students, right? Now, students is also challenging the faculties with all of these inputs and going with an answers or a different methodology of teachings also. So I see my daughter and son are really using this platform and having a very constructive feedback and a discussion and collaboration which is coming up, which is good. Similarly, here the example is like design is now not designer's problem, it is also engineer problem and also a problem of product. It is becoming everyone's problem of solving the problems, right? So there are a lot of tools which has come in the market which is going to create a wireframe. For example, now Bytexl has got a funding and they started with 2 founders and they did a MVP product. That time they would use some of the tools or they themselves being a designers to create the product. Now they have funding, they might be looking for designers. So this is a tools which is helping to produce an early stage conceptual design for validations, which is also good. Now the designers in my team is not worried about this when PMs are creating this or engineering even coming up with some design solutions. But we are now collaborating for how we can really solve the problem in a very meaningful way or how engineering can help to solve or design this in a very better way, right? So that is the discussion which is happening, which is more useful and very helpful. Yeah, so now we have come to a point that we have to live with AI, and I'm very much open to this because it helps me to really evaluate or do a research for my thinking of work, my line of work, right? For example, now, if I want to do research on who are the competitor of Neuralink or who are the competitor of Claypot Design, now I will get a list of companies and then I'll ask what are the core value proposition they are offering to the market. It gives me something. Then my hypothesis, which I validated, is also confirming through that, right? So now this research analysis is taken out from my plate, and it is for that exercise now I spend hardly 30 minutes, but in the legacy way of doing this is more of a 3-man effort, 3-person's effort for almost a month to compile this report and generate into one report dashboard to present it, right? It's so much of a time we are now optimized. So it's very useful, and I would say that all the educator or the organizations come here from the various background should think and enable the students. Adapting to that is the first stage. Curiosity should be there for learning this platform, and how to use it in their regular practices is needed, because in the engineering side or in the productive environment of the product development, we are in the very fast phase of catching up to the features and go to market. We can't spend much time like before, right? So some of these things can remove this effort, and we can really work on the core part of the values which human only can contribute. So with that, I would just appeal to everyone that this is not only for product designers. I also see a trend emerging that last week I was presenting in Tri-Scrum with partnership with Scrum Alliance in Bangalore, where I presented the product design and the agile methodology, where design is also part of the ecosystems, and it is important designers being part of the product building, otherwise whole product is going to be messed up, right? So there is also high demand. I have seen engineering and product and other people are switching career to design. There is a heavy course people are taking on design, and they think that it is a easy salary and a money, but it's not. But later what they are understanding is like after switching is like there is a first review happens by your manager, then the engineers, then the product manager, then the peers, then the CEO and CTO. It's so much of subjective opinion is going to come, and your designer's life is really, really miserable. So these engineers who converted designers asking, oh, this is so tough, I could go to the engineering itself to switch back, right? But there is a really an emerging trend which is happening is like, I want to do something very creative. I want to be in the product building space of user interface creations and product building, which is more connected with the customers, right? They are happy to interact with the customers, collect input and build product. So with that only we started Claypot Design, and there is a lot of mentorships which I am doing for the engineers, and there is a trend which is also happening. And I thought I'll present here on that aspects, like definitely I'm collaborating with many people, organization like you, and also some of the functions and the entrepreneurs who are really bringing up design into their practices, and also helping engineering understanding the design in their early stage of learning so that they can build a product better on the being an engineer, right? So that's one thing I want to share here. Yeah, so this is something I talk about, like the mentorship which I offer to the teams, like career advancement or a promotion thing or switching careers. They are attending an interview for review process, all this stuff. So this is something I'm offering. Yeah, so this I talked about already, like these are some of the courses under Claypot Academic, collaboration with other organizations, right? So I would like to end the conversation by saying this, right? Like engineering, product and design is now getting fusion into one tribe and one DNA. It cannot exist individually, and they are, without one of them, the puzzle is going to miss, and they cannot build product. This is very, very evident, along with the AI and the continuous learning. Because without continuous learning of latest trends and the technology, we cannot innovate, and we may not able to do a lot of the good stuff we are building now. And I can also understand that having an AI in WhatsApp, what the elderly people is going to do, why WhatsApp is launched an AI feature for all the audience. There is a demand, and they are also started using, and the way I see my mother-in-law using a WhatsApp is amazing to do a GPay and also sharing the Instagrams and all. So I would say that the future is with this, and I think we have to really empower this and embrace to accept and move on and use it wisely. Privacy and security is so much important, not abusing through this technology. So I would say that's the future. And I'll leave the platform with any questions. Happy to answer now. Thank you. Yeah, so the design thinking and problem solving is one of the things which 15 years back when I was part of Infosys, we started having these workshops in Mysore, right? So where the VP and then the BU head and board of directors is also part of that for coming together and solving a problem as a team and cohort, right? So I think the engineers and who are really learning some of the tech stacks also need to understand the other aspects, how practically that has been in productions which is happening, right? Which is more important. So tools like Figma can give a help on creating some of the things while they are doing a hackathon, creating some ideas with architects or college projects. So it will be useful to learn some of these design tools. I also have a post which I can share it with the forum where these engineers can really take out these materials and adapt to their projects. Because the platform Bytexl is created where they are going to really create the tech stack for some of the product lines. Obviously, the consumption part is the user interface and the designers, the design part, right? Which is you all and everyone as an audience and the users. So the touch point is user interface where I always say this, right? Like the body is more of the aesthetic, which is the design, where the soul is the engineering, which makes the body move. Product is the features, which is eye, ear, and nose, and everything, right? So all three are what we are as a product. So I think engineers should also have that. Yeah. Design thinking framework can really help to understand at this stage now, so that they are getting the idea of where they are going. Yeah. Yeah. That's a good question. Thank you. Yeah. Earlier it was Photoshop, but it's gone dead actually. So, yeah. Yes. So we use it for user testing as well. It has a collaboration. So you can share the file, anyone can look at it, comment on that, and then they click on see all of this product as a real product use cases, prototypes, right? So it's very interactive. Thank you. No, actually, I have come here through my friend here, Jayati, and I represent not New Relic actually. So I'm participating because I wanted to appeal to all of the forums to say how design is the important aspects which many people missed out. Till now, push and pull is not really solved in the door, right? We always have this confusion. So it's a product design which nobody is solving it. So design has become a very basics of our life, and especially in engineering. Like I heavily collaborate with engineer. My team will do that because engineering and product design not working together, the product is not going to come in the shape what we really want to put with the user's hands, right? So this is a Canva which I used. It's a cloud platform again, everyone knows it, and it's easy for collaboration. So I shared it with some of the folks in Bytes. Yeah. I think no questions. So thank you very much, and I would like to thank you. Yeah, I would like to appreciate the opportunity here in Bytexl, and then I want to congratulate them for their funding round. I'm a very big fan of entrepreneurship, and I have my ex-boss Sampath here from Kalari. So I also come from Freshworks. There is 70 companies which emerged as a product line, and appreciate a lot in terms of that effort two founders, co-founders are putting together here, and I support for them anything I can help. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now, in collaboration with Bytexl, today we have Azure Society of Excellence, driven by Microsoft. They run an ecosystem that is an enabler for developers and startups in their journey from being a student to expansion. I would like to invite Mr. Stanford D'Souza, lead strategist at Ideate Next, to take over.
Perfect. So thank you so much, Bytexl, for giving us this opportunity. And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And thank you so much for being so patient throughout the day. I will quickly sprint through of what are the kind of activities that we do at Azure Society of Excellence. We are an official partner to Microsoft, right? Now, in terms of giving you quick updates of what we essentially do here, right? So we have a product called Idea DevHub. Now, into Idea DevHub, what we essentially do is, this is a platform which is made by the developers and it is for the developers, right? Now in this, we essentially give them access to all possible learning material, we give them access to learning workshops, learning sessions, and all of this is given to them for free, right? In that, we also give them access where they can network and get together with like-minded people where their innovation or maybe their collaboration fosters, right? Now this is something that we do in Idea DevHub. Along with that, we, under the umbrella of Azure Society of Excellence, in Azure Society of Excellence, again, we give them access to workshops. These are all predominantly on AI, right? Now, with workshops, it's basically more of theory is what we look at, right? Now, along with theory, the rubber meets the ground only when you see it in person or when you experience it in person, right? Hence, we have another subsection into that, where we essentially showcase demos or maybe use cases, right? Because it's only when you first is when you learn, then is when you see, and that's when you start building or maybe you get into your project phase, right? Hence, we also have knowledge sharing sessions where under the umbrella of Azure Society of Excellence again, we have knowledge sharing sessions on AI where like-minded people, maybe somebody who's built a product or who's working on a project, right? They come together, they share their experiences. Now, this is again a networking event, you may call it, but again, it also includes where people get to learn new things. It's only because, see, essentially what happens is when I do something, it's only something that I know, right? It's only when few more people come together is when new opinions, new feedbacks come in, and that's when it helps me to improve. So we do that as well. Now, in terms of developer meetups, these are primarily focused for developers where we help them with any kind of new industry trends or maybe whatever is happening in the market. We give them access to the tools or the resources that Microsoft has to provide. So anything that falls under the umbrella of Microsoft, we give them access, right? Then we also have something called as Ideathons. Now, why do we do this? See, the way we look at it is I conducted a workshop, I gave them a theory training, then I showed some use cases, I gave them knowledge, I gave them mentorships, and you know whatnot. Now, what happens then? Do you take the knowledge and just walk out? No. I also give you access to Ideathons, where they get to build something of their own, where they get to think creatively and build something of their own, right? So what we do is we conduct Ideathons. In that, we also make sure that there is a jury panel who takes care of the evaluation. We give them the feedback, and again, basically just evaluating their product that they're doing, right? So basically giving you all the possible feedback, evaluating your product, ensuring that what are the kind of better things that you could do, implement those things, and also give them a sense of whether if the product is a market fit or not. In that, we also do startup enablement. Now in startup enablement, what we do is we've partnered with our institutes, like for example, your IIT Bombay, Assam, then we have IIM Calcutta, BITS Pilani, and things like that, right? So we've collaborated with X number of institutes, and there are more, where we conduct sessions. So you can see a few snips of where our team has been, conducting these sessions. Also, when you see your global partnership for artificial intelligence, now because we are in the era of AI, we've partnered with the government of India as well, right? Where we give sessions for people from the startup ecosystem, right? Even for women empowerment, we ensure that women empowerment is also taken care of, because we have multiple programs under Microsoft. One of them is called Code Without Barriers, is predominantly focused on women empowerment, because the way we look at it is majorly women in the developer ecosystem or in any other ecosystem you may call it, they do not get that many opportunities. Through Code Without Barriers, we ensure that those barriers are taken off and the opportunities are provided. Now, in terms of startup enablement, what do we do here? Under the program of Azure Society of Excellence, we have another program called Microsoft for Startups. Now, under this, what we do is we give access to the startup founders or anybody who is aspiring to be a startup or could possibly just have an idea in his mind, right? We give them access to technical advisors, we give them access to events and trainings and mentors as well, where these people, they basically train, guide them through their startup journey, ensure that their idea evolves into a product and they go into the market, right? Along with that, what we do is not just the training, because there's too much of theory and too much of Gyan, so to say, that has happened. Now what do we do next? We give you access to all possible products and services of Microsoft, where we give you credits of up to $150,000, which is rolled out in a phased manner. Now these $150,000 is valid for up to 4 years for anybody who aspires to be a startup. And what we do here is we give them access to any possible tools or services, plus the cloud where they can build their product, they can use GPUs, they could use a virtual system of a higher configuration. All of that is taken care of. So anything that falls under the umbrella of Microsoft, these credits can be utilized to buy them. This is how we roll out the credits. So let's say, for instance, somebody who's just got an idea in his mind. He's probably not even building, he just has an idea. So for him to get started, or maybe to accelerate his journey, we start off with giving him $1,000 worth of credit. And gradually we roll out another 5,000, then another 25, and at the end we give them 150,000. Hence, each of the credit slab is valid for a year, and that's how the program validity goes for up to 4 years, right? Now, how do we get started? This is the QR code where you can scan it, you can fill in your applications, and within about 3 to 5 working days, we get you the credits onto your email address. If you wish to change the email address as well, that is also possible. We'll do that for you, right? The beauty of all of this, whatever I've spoken today, is all for free. So there are no commercials attached even at the entry or the exit point, right? Next up, what we do is we essentially conduct ideathons, like I mentioned. Along with that, we conduct hackathons as well, right? Now in hackathons, as the word suggests, what we do is we foster creativity and bring about improvements in our journey today, so that life becomes a much more easier for us, right? What we did recently was we conducted a hackathon with Microsoft, and that was the fastest coder hackathon. Now, I'll just quickly show you all a video, just about 2 minutes is where I'll take your time. Just quickly see the video and you would understand what is the kind of work that we are doing. Sorry.
My hackathon after 2-3 years, and it was completely overwhelming for me.
Actually, my journey in the tech started with hackathon.
Our aim is to empower every developer, because you are at the core of creating that magic for every person and every organization on the planet.
If I had to do this project by using the traditional model, it would have taken like 3 to 4 days. But using Copilot, I was able to complete within like 4 hours. So that's something.
It obviously drastically, saved a lot of time. So that's a very key factor of this hack.
Using Copilot to not only develop code faster, applications faster, but also finding out bugs, implementing new features, getting documentation, proper documentation ready. That all really helped, and that is something that I'll really miss when the threats for Copilot is taken from me.
Perfect. So thank you. Now this is what we did in terms of our hackathon, where we did it with Microsoft in collaboration with GitHub Copilot, which was essentially a tool where it allowed developers to code faster, because generally to build a product it takes like good 3 or 4 months time, right? This drastically drops your time, and it is within a week's time is when you can use it. Now GitHub Copilot as a product is also given to you for free through the program that was Microsoft for Startups. You get the credits, you utilize that and pay off the subscription, everything is for free, right? So that is also a product that we give you. Now in terms of fastest coder hackathon, what we did was, it was a hybrid sort of a hackathon where we did it in 4 cities, all at parallel, 4 cities, and it was online as well. We saw roughly about 21,000 odd developers coming into this hackathon. Now, we recently had another hackathon. I mean, we still have this hackathon which is ongoing, which is with Bank of Baroda. Now, even with Bank of Baroda, we are solving for the banking problems that we face today. So even today, if you see, to deposit a check, you still have to go to the bank. You can't do it through yourself. You can't do it through your net banking app. We are solving for problems like these. These could be minute issues, but we are still solving for those. Now, with that hackathon as well, we currently have 25,000 people who've registered. We've got more than 1,000 submissions in terms of 1,000 ideas that are submitted. Now, all of them are building their own prototypes. Now, along with that, we are running one more hackathon, which is, again, it is ongoing. It is with Bhashini. Now, for people who are not aware, Bhashini is a language translating tool, which is supported by the government of India. This is a hackathon where essentially even the Prime Minister of India is in collaboration with us, where we are solving for a problem which is related to law and justice. Because imagine a place where you are at a place and you are into some legal problems, and because of the language barriers, because it's not local to you, because of the language barriers, it becomes difficult for you to even get justice, right? We are solving for problems like those, right? We are getting developers who are coding for us, who are writing the codes, who are building solutions which can solve the problem, ensuring that there is compliance, there is legal issues that are taken care of, and they are building a solution which makes it easy for anybody to get their law or justice into whatever domain they ask for. So this is the QR again, where people whoever would like to participate, it is again, all the hackathons, any activities that we do, it is open for everybody. So be it a student, be it a faculty member, or maybe you're a working professional as well, right? So it's open to everybody. Along with that, we also have activities like where we conduct AI skilling and certificate, where through Microsoft, we had a program called AI Odyssey. Now, what AI Odyssey did was, we did this certification program across APAC, right? Where in India, we saw more than 14,000 odd people 14,000 odd students who participated, got themselves certified on AI. Similarly, we did it in other regions of APAC, where we had roughly about 25,000 odd students who participated, got themselves certified on AI. Now, why do we do all of this? Now, we do this because we want to ensure that if you look at it from a CSR perspective, yes, we are taking care of that. If you look at it from ensuring that everybody gets skilled and everybody gets the opportunities, we do it in that fashion as well. So we ensure that everybody or whoever is available, we give them access to all the workshops, demos, hackathons, ideathons. We ensure that even the colleges benefit from this, where we enhance their curriculum, where essentially, let's say for instance, if somebody does not have AI, we integrate that into their curriculums. We also ensure that more and more students come to your colleges, because you are the only college who is possibly working into AI and giving AI education, right? But the beauty of it is, for the colleges, it comes without a cost. It all comes for free, right? Now, at Ideate Next, where I belong, we do this, and it's available for all. So anybody who has any questions, my team is right here. So my name is Stanford. I have Sarthak and Saral also with me. Anybody who has any questions, please feel free to just catch up, and we'll take it from there. Yeah. Thank you so much. That's my time today.
To celebrate our achievements, we now have a memento ceremony to honor those who have made significant contributions to this evening and the broader fields of education and technology. This ceremony recognizes the dedication, innovation, and hard work of individuals and organizations that have driven progress and excellence. I would now like to request Mr. Karun to come up on the stage to give away the mementos. Firstly, we would like to honor Dr. Devanshu Patel, President, Parul University. Can I have a huge round of applause for him? Thank you so much, sir. Next, we have Mr. Perumalu Malineni, Chairman Malineni. Okay. Next, we have Sampath from Kalari Capital VC. Next, we have Mr. Santosh Nair, Senior Director, Parul University. Next, we have Sumit Premi, Director TA Flipkart. Thank you so much, Karan. Now I would like to call upon Mr. Charan for the award ceremony. Now we have Sami Anand, Dean, LPU. Next up, we have Professor Ashok Bhansali, GLA Mathura. Next, we have Mr. Sadbir Singh Sehgal, Vice President, Rayat Behra University. Now we have Mr. Venkatesh, Senior Director Design, New Relic. Now I would like to call upon Mr. Perumalu Malineni. Thank you so much, Charan. Next, I would like to call upon Jayati. First up, we have Kishandar Nellore, Director Placements, NBKR. Next, we have Srinivasa Rao Tegala from Avanti. Can we have another round of applause? Next, we have Ranjit Reddy M from SRIT. And then we have Dinakar Yerragutla from Gitanjali. Thank you, Jayati. Now I would like to call upon Weber. First up, we have Srinivas Rao Thadepu from ACE. Mr. Sai Krishna Kota from Central University. Next, we have Mr. Divya Prakash from IIT Palakkad. Next, we have Vasudev Rao Yelapu from Srinidhi. Thank you, Weber. Next, I would like to call upon Mr. Satish. First up, we have Madhusudan Reddy from SRIT. Next, we have Nagendra Rao from Pragati. Next, we have Mr. Amit Yadav from NIET. Next, we have Mr. Abhinay Irala from IIT Tirupati. Next, we have V. Vipul Mansukh from Parul University. And then we have Mr. Shyam Kumar Reddy Kohli from NEC. Next, we have Mr. Neeraj from HP. As we approach the end of this event, it's time for the vote of thanks. I would like to invite Mr. Vaibhav Shukla to express our gratitude to everyone who made this event possible. Can we have a round of applause?
Thank you, Avika. As we come to the close of this event, I'd like to take a moment to express my gratitude to all of you who are able to make it here, and to all the others who could not make it here today because of unforeseen cancellations which had to happen. But we are deeply grateful to everyone who could make it, everyone who promised to be here. I think that promise also motivated us, lifted our spirits that we are going to meet some of the best of the minds from academia and industry in this event today. I like to thank our chief guest for today, Dr. Devanshu Patel, our keynote speakers for today, Dr. Nayan, Dr. Malineni, Mr. Sampath from Kalari Capital, Venkatesh from New Relic, and Rahul Mittal from ENY. Our panelists and all our esteemed guests from industry and academia who shared their insights and expertise during different times of the day as part of panel discussions or over informal networking over tea, coffee, and lunch. The insights that we gained from each of you are really inspiring and enlightening, and they've sparked new ideas in each one of us. Today, we also learned that education is not just about teaching coding skills, it's about developing competence and character both. It's also about developing the 21st century skills, which means being great problem solvers, being critical thinkers, being creative, and have an application-oriented mindset. So education does not stop at teaching just the coding skills or passing on the information to the students. It is much beyond that, and that strengthens our resolve at Bytexl to think in a much more creative way about what we do with our students, what we do with our partner colleges. So there is a lot of food for thought for us as a company, and thanks for all of you for sharing those ideas. Towards the end, I would also like to thank the Bytexl team, Jayati, Avika, Rajesh, Prabhas, who did the most of the heavy lifting for this event. Kudos to all of you. The four of you, I think, without you guys relentless work for last 10, 12 days, 24 hours. And I'll also like to thank Jyotsna, who is based out of US. She also did a lot of work, but she's not here. The PR team from Dentsu for setting the theme, for getting this event the right visibility, connecting us with the right industry experts. To Tanvi, Samuel, Vishal, Gareth, Vaibhav, Amit, and Ajay for ensuring great videography, photography, and management of the system for the day. Thanks. I think this is one of the events which has went glitch-free. It's a rare occasion to see such a thing happening. Lastly, all the other members of Bytexl who worked behind the scenes, whose names I have not taken, some of them have not come but contributed for this event and played a significant role in making this event a great success. Karun and Charan for all the support they offered, for handling all the chaos and helping us get the right direction. Thank you to the two of you. Let's continue to push our boundaries for collaboration and innovation. And with all of your support, we look forward to having many more symposiums where we come together, think, ideate, go back, and bring the best for the students of this country. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Vaibhav. To wrap up this remarkable event, we invite you all to join us for dinner and cocktails. Enjoy the evening, and thank you for being a part of Ai-Genda. Let's have a huge round of applause for everyone.
on the stage and do a group.
I request you all to come on the stage for a group picture. The cocktail and dinner will start in another 20 minutes in the same hall. Thank you. Thank you so much. Now it's time for the Bytexl team for the group picture. Can we also have the Densu people for the group picture?